for Iowa against St. Thomas. The Tommies are 19-14. They're 13-4 in the Summit League. They're on their way down to Oklahoma to take on Oral Roberts this weekend for a series that pits the league-leading Tommies against Oral Roberts, who is in the top 3 in their conference down there in Oklahoma. And so St. Thomas has a big series looming, but you know that they'll come ready to play today. Have been a really nice team and a nice opponent on Iowa's schedule over the years. And at 19-14, 13-4 in their conference, they'll be a tough challenge for Iowa today. The Hawkeyes 27-12, and we are on game number 40 of the season already. Feels like it's really sped by. The Hawkeyes still 17-4 in the Big Ten, leading UCLA by 2.5 games. So 2.5 games up in the Big Ten, and we've got a series with Indiana this weekend at Banks. Should be great weather. We'd love to have you out here supporting the team down the home stretch as Iowa leads the Big Ten and looks to close things out down the stretch. St. Thomas and Iowa coming up at around 6 o'clock today. John Evans and I will be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City as we get set for the second midweek for Iowa during this 7-day stretch, getting prepared for Indiana this weekend. Bounce-back opportunity for the Hawkeyes today after losing a head-scratcher yesterday to Western Illinois. We'll do it again today against St. Thomas.
The beauty of baseball, and we talked about it, 5 games in 6 days, 6 games in 8 days. You don't have a whole lot of time to feel sorry for yourself because St. Thomas doesn't really care that you got beat yesterday.
That's right. And I didn't know this, I guess, but Western Illinois did not play on Sunday, so they were exceptionally fresh coming into yesterday's game here in Iowa City. We'll hear from Coach Heler in a minute. John, I'd just like to get your thoughts. If you were a coach of a program after a game like last night, nothing went right, what would your approach be?
Well, it depends on what you think you saw, and I think you saw a little bit of guys pressing, and I know you interviewed Coach Heller. I got a chance to sit with him as he was making out the lineup card in the last spots, and I think the challenge for him was reminding the guys that you're the same team you were at 3-6 as you are 17-4 in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And if you get away from who you are, you're going to get beat. What made you successful wasn't all of a sudden trying to win games and hold on to the lead in the Big Ten. It was doing the little things right as often as you can. You're never going to be perfect at it, but you do the best you can, and then if you don't do it, the guy behind you comes in and he does his job, not both of yours. He just does his. And so I think that's the reminder is, this team's no worse of a baseball team than they were when they beat Michigan, and we were leaving Ann Arbor on a pretty good high. It's a how you respond to something like last night now is the test.
I think the easy thing would be that, the coaching staff probably got after him pretty good last night, and I'm just not really sure that that's the case. I think that there were some reminders possibly, and there's probably not very many pats on the back, but I'm not sure that it required a total jump of the team.
No, I think it's not like this team doesn't. There's nobody in that clubhouse from Coach Heler down to the 40th guy that doesn't travel that felt good about what happened yesterday. Nobody's going, that was great.
Yeah.
And so everybody knows that what happened yesterday as a team is not acceptable. And so I know there was before the coaches got in, I know there was a little closed door players meeting that reminded everybody. And then I think Coach Heler came in and basically just emphasized or reiterated that message, and I think everybody was on the same page. Yeah. So I don't think there was a whole lot of, there's no broken chair we're going to sell at an auction anywhere. It was just, hey, just like Coach Heler would tell somebody wipe away a bad at bat, now you got to wipe away a bad game. And the best part is, and I did a pretty good job of staying off social media yesterday. I was talking, obviously, to Kyle about it, and some of the things that are out there. The best part is all the goals are still there.
Oh, yeah.
This team is still 17-4 in the Big Ten. This team is still probably 3 series away from winning a Big Ten regular season championship. And so take yesterday for what it was, and don't let the hangover go into tonight or this weekend, and everything's fine.
Midweeks are exceptionally hard as it is. We saw it in the Big Ten last night. We saw it all across the country last night, John.
Oh, there were so many games last night. Oregon, who comes in here to finish up the series, just took 2 of 3 from UCLA to help Iowa out, got beaten there midweek. LSU gets run ruled at home last night. Yeah. Texas needs a walk-off grand slam and actually had to come back just to get that. To beat a team. And I get it. All of those teams may or may not have been better than Western Illinois, and I get why everybody might be a little have some angst. But again, it's one game. It's baseball. It's how you respond now to not let it hang around. But Purdue-Fort Wayne kicked the crud out of Michigan State last night. I mean, those things, it happens, and It's fun when you look around the country and watch it happen to other teams, and then when you're sitting at home and watching it happen to your own team, it's not as much fun. But from Coach Heler all the way down to you and me, we'll be better today. That's the goal. Be better today than yesterday.
Yeah, we've got another game to do too, right?
Right. And I mean, it was you wanted to go home and kicked the little dog yesterday, but nope, he made me feel better. And so, all of a sudden it's like, okay, yeah, this is pretty good.
Well, and when you look at it, John, 27-12, 17-4, you talk to the staff at Christmas time, they take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, the team has been kind of funny. It's a lot of people had mentioned the season was over at 3-6 after we dropped the first 3 games against Washington State, and the team just knew we got to keep doing the right things. And again, you and I use the analogy of, you're 29-0 or 30-0 going into your Big Ten tournament or your conference tournament in college basketball, and that old argument of, should we lose a game? Is that good for us? Well, let's go with yes. It's good for you to lose a game. Remind your team, your clubhouse, what it takes to win. And far better to do it last night than Friday night against Indiana in the opening game of the series.
That's right. That one definitely holds a lot of weight. What do you see as we get ready for St. Thomas today, John? You see from the Tommies and an effort from the Hawks.
Well, we've seen the Tommies now. This will be the 3rd year in a row, and a lot of these teams or a lot of these players are familiar, and so this is an older, experienced team. They're going to be they're going to be pretty good. They've got some goals of their own, and so probably a really good team for Iowa to have to snap back against, because it's not going to be one you can kind of sleepwalk through and be okay. They're going to be on go, and Iowa will have to be the same. And I would expect a better, more disciplined plate approach from Hawkeye hitters tonight. Pitching wasn't terrible last night. It had spots where it wasn't great, but overall it was fine. Free bases get a little out of whack. So I think you'll see a commitment to try to dominate the zone again, and the effort level will be high.
Yeah, feels like a good day to hit. Warm, the sun is out, the wind is blowing out to left. Both teams have a pretty good offense. Both teams hitting over 300 as a unit.
Yeah, and again, I think that's where you and I had talked about, this Iowa team maybe hasn't been great the last 3 weekends. Northwestern maybe kind of leveled off a little. Nebraska found a way to win a couple games, and Michigan won 3 without maybe the A offense. So it'll be important to see if they can kind of get back to the basics and have lengthen out that lineup. 1 through 9, create difficult outs all the way through.
We'll get Coach Heller's thoughts right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. The St. Thomas Tommies are in town for another midweek game for the Hawks. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler. Coach, a tough game last night against Western Illinois.
Yeah, very tough game. They came out ready to play, swung the bats well, made plays. Didn't have an error all night, and they pitched extremely well. Only had 3 free bases going into the last 2 innings. Which was, I guess, not what was in the scouting report. When you look at the stuff, but that's baseball. You run into a team that, they didn't play on Sunday and had extra rest, and it was a nice day and good atmosphere, and they came out and played really well. And we had our struggles on the mound, which we knew was a possibility with trying to get two midweek games. But man, it was a struggle. And we were talking earlier that, there was 3 times where bases loaded, nobody out. And I really thought our pitchers did a pretty decent job of minimizing and giving us a chance in that game when base load nobody out, and you end up giving up 1 run. That's a pretty good minimize. And, Dan Wright had to do that in the very first inning. And unfortunately, the one that got us was Whitlock. We were hoping he could go 2 or 3 innings, and he didn't make it out of his first inning and had to use guys quicker than we wanted to, and then ended up giving up the big inning where we had 5 free bases or 6 free bases, something terrible like that, in the 6th inning, and gave up the big inning, which could have been even bigger, but ended up working out of that. Offensively, we were snake bit a good chunk of that game. Anything we did do well or barrel got caught or diving catch or robbed a home run, and Mitch Wood again, and all those plays, which is why you hear me talk about it all the time with our guys. I mean, those are killers. They're daggers, especially when you're struggling to get anything going and they're not giving you anything and the hits aren't falling, and they're making pitches, and they did a really good job last night, especially the last 4 innings, and they were just pounding the inside corner when we get 2 strikes, just painting it on ball 1, and man, guys are doing that. It's tough, and we were off. I felt like we were off a little bit offensively. We were kind of chasing on the edges early in the count and having weak contact, and the vicious cycle that causes. And then we would get a pitch or a hang and breaking ball before 2 strikes, and we'd either swing through it or foul it off. And we had a couple opportunities. We had, I think, twice with first and second, nobody out, and I thought, all right, here we go. And then just a terrible at-bat, either a punch out or 2 punch outs in a row. And then Nelson hit into a double play, pulled a ball 7 breaking ball when he needed to go the other way. And it was, you do it as long as I have. That one smelled bad early.
Yeah. Had that feel. Yeah.
It just did. And the other thing that a lot of times will happen in a game like that when it's not going well at all is that it just seems like you get every call at the plate goes against you with the balls and strikes, and that was not the case last night. I thought the umpires did a great job, and the plate ump did a really good job. But no, we just weren't very good. And like I told the guys with the media after the game, they were wondering if it was this or this. I said, no, we just got beat. We just got beat, and that happens sometimes, and it looks bad when the other team doesn't have a good record. But you've watched a lot of baseball, and did that team look like a 12-win team? No way.
Yeah, we said that. They didn't look like they were.
Yeah, they looked like they were like top of the conference in their conference.
Yep, I agree.
But that's how they played, and you tip your hat and you move on.
Are you a silver lining guy at all, and maybe thinking, hey, a wake-up call? I don't know if your team needed one, but maybe got one last night.
It definitely gave us an opportunity to talk about a lot of things, because the reason we're in a good place is because we just focus on the process. We control the things we can control, and at the top of that list, and you've heard me tell them this before, the only thing I'm demanding is that they have fun. Well, all of a sudden, here we are 8 weeks in, and the BTN guys have only been talking about Oregon and UCLA and all those guys all year, and lo and behold, holy cow, we got 4 weeks left of conference play, and Iowa's in first place. Oh boy, we got to talk about them.
right.
And then when that happens, guys listen.
Yeah.
And we
can't avoid that.
Well, and we've tried to get them not to, because here's the deal: it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We just need to continue doing what we do, and that's having fun, being the best version of ourselves, give a great effort every day, stick to the game plan, not chase hits, not let the ego get up there and get in the way. And you could feel it in the dugout for the first time last night. I mean, it felt like we were on a 27-game losing streak in the 6th inning. Mm-hmm. That's because guys wanted it so bad. They wanted to win so bad. Yeah. We can't lose. Mm-hmm. And you can't play like that. So, it just doesn't work. That's not how it works in baseball. And the only way it works is the way we were doing it, especially when you're a team that has to play that well every day. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not walking out there and just out-talenting people, which is nice, and especially late in the year, it's nice when when you're getting wore out and getting wore down, if you have that kind of team. But that's not our team. I mean, it's 9 guys, the 9 guys that are playing, and 5 other guys that play a lot that just go out and find a way to get to first base, and then let the next guy find a way to get to first base. And if you do that enough, somebody's going to get a hit and score some runs, and that's what we got to get back to. And that was the message. It gave us a chance to talk a lot about that and renew our vow to have fun and pull together and play together and not get into that scoreboard watching, social media watching, have to win crap, because whether we do or we don't, we need to play the same way.
As what you've seen from the guys when they got to the park today, Coach, good mindset, good attitude, mindset. Refresh.
Yeah, I mean, we do a good job of wiping it. I just think it was really, like to your point, it was, after feeling the tension and not wanting to lose that game, and you and I talked before. I mean, with the pitching situation, I mean, we can lose anybody with our best guys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can, and when we don't have our top guys out there, we definitely can. I mean, it's I mean, you just don't know. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to have to do. And the thing I liked about the team all year long is, like, whatever they threw at us, like if we needed to score 10, then we gave it a good run.
Yeah.
If we needed to play great defense and hold the lead at 1, with a 3-2 game, we could do that. So if the pitchers are struggling, then the offense has to pick them up, vice versa. And that's what we talked about again today, too. It just gave us a chance to really kind of renew all those things that we've been committed to all year that have given us a chance to be good, and get away from the clutter and get away from the ego and get back on just doing what we can do with knowing who we are.
St. Thomas in town today, Coach. They've got a pretty good team. How will we attack the Tommies?
It's going to be, hopefully we throw strikes. Warm day, wind blowing out. Very good hitting team. And they're a contact team, but they do have some power this year. You look at their stats, kind of similar to ours, low strikeouts, a lot of walks, hit by pitches, high on base percentage, solid defense. I think they're really similar to us in the sense that their weekend arms are pretty good.
Okay.
And their depth of the weekend bullpen's good. They're a little thin on the midweek, and it's kind of like us. We're missing 2 or 3 guys that are out, and Elliott Cano's out. We're down like 6 guys.
Yeah.
And it, you look at the picture, you're like, oh yeah, we're still pretty good shape. Well, we are maybe for 1, but you've even seen us have our struggles with 1, but 2 for us is going to be a crazy challenge, and you're putting guys in situations that they're not generally used to. And so you just don't know. I mean, that's why. I mean, we could go out and it could be like Western Illinois did to us. They come out and pound the zone for the first time all year, and we don't need them to do anything monumental. I mean, for some of them, just get us 3 outs.
Yeah.
And that's what the message was to the staff. Help us out, do whatever you can do. If Sam Hart and Jack Whitlock have to come back and throw again today, they may have to, because at the end of the day, we still want to protect Watts and Hogue so they're ready to go on Friday night, especially now since Dan Wright's out. I mean, Dan won't be not eligible, but he won't be ready to throw until Saturday with how many pitches he threw last night. But that means, and I'm hoping we're going to see Tyler Guerin back. So that's going to be a big win if Tyler can go out and throw strikes after his little back. He had a kind of a weird lower back deal that has been giving him trouble, and he's been out for about 10 days now. And so today he's going to throw his first inning back, and we'll see how that goes. And if it's clean and he feels good, we may try 2, but at least 1, and then just hope that you don't have to use Watts or Hogue.
Offensively, Coach, got a bunch of junkyard dogs on this team, probably just ready to rip off the chain and get after it today, wouldn't you think?
I hope so. And playing some different guys from yesterday. and Strohmeyer's in right, and Wolf's leading at first, and Wilmus is back and left, and then you got Schulte at third, and Rogers is going to start catching. Moore will be DHing it. Swales will be a second to start out with, and we got to get Blake Aaron in there. We're facing a lefty, and so you're going to see all the lefties in there and think I'm crazy, but for whatever reason, the guy we're facing has crazy reverse splits.
Okay.
Like to the point where lefties are hitting close to 600.
Whoa.
And
fill it up, Coach.
so we threw our lefties out there. And then like with Caleb Wolf, Caleb hits lefties about 100 points higher anyway. And then Cooper Schulte hits the lefties better than Jackson Frost. And Jackson hits the righties, so it's good mix and match here.
All right, Coach. Good luck against St. Thomas tonight. And we'll catch you. Get ready for that Indiana series.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Banks. St. Thomas and Iowa, final midweek for Iowa before a big series against the Hoosiers coming up in Iowa City this weekend. We're back after this with starting lineups and first pitch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
St. Thomas and Iowa from Banks. First pitch is coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
Tanner Recchio leading things off for St. Thomas as he's in the batter's box. A left-handed hitter facing Ben Dete, who is the starting pitcher for Iowa today. It'll be Recchio, followed by Ben Voyevich and Max Morris, the DH, the first 3 hitters up for St. Thomas. Dete gets a swing and a miss on Recchio. Matthew Malik, Joe Roeder, Joe Voss will make up the middle of the order. Briggs Richards, Zan von Schlegel, and Easton Frichter, the lineup for St. Thomas today. Here's a pop-up on the right side. Caleb Wolf, Iowa's first baseman, is underneath it. He makes the catch for out number 1. Defensively for Iowa today, Cooper Schulte at third, Gable Mitchell at short, Ben Swales at second, Wolf at first. Outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. Today's starting catcher is Dan Rogers, and as we've mentioned, on the bump getting the start is the left-handed redshirt senior Ben Dete. As he pitches to Voyevich, who slapped it foul, out of play over to the left. It's 0-1.
Ben's 0-3 with a couple of saves on the season, 4.35 ERA, 20 2/3 innings, 19 hits, 10 runs, all earned, 13 walks and 31 strikeouts. First start of the season for Ben Dete.
The 0-1 pitch. That's low. So Dete getting the start, similar to what Dan Wright did yesterday, hoping we can get Ben to go a few innings. 1-1 is outside.
Yeah, Iowa kind of uses Wright and Watts, Dete as, 2-3 inning closers if things would go well.
2-1 is waved at and missed. Good pitch from Ben. We'll put him on the front side today. Have him start the game. So lengthwise, it's not really much different. It's just timing of when they enter. 2-2 is strike 3 called. Dete paints the outer corner, and he gets Voyevich for a quick second out.
Really well done there. Fastball right on the outside part of the plate. 93 from Dete. Paints the black, 2 away.
Here's Max Morris, DH. Right-handed hitter. Ben missed downstairs. Jason Harstick is calling balls and strikes behind the plate. Jeffrey Henricks at first. Cody Oakes out there at second base. Gary Swanson at third. 1-0 from Dete is a called strike. Top of the zone with the changeup.
If you're Iowa, you're kind of setting up. Watts would be Friday. Daniel Wright then would be Saturday. And then you'd be able to bring Ben Dete back Sunday, depending on what, how many pitches he throws here and those types of things. But that would kind of be your first reliever order.
Iowa's starting pitching on the weekends has done such a nice job this year getting deeper into games. Dete's 1-2 is hit in the air foul over to the right. I think in recent years, Iowa starters were getting to the fifth, struggling to get to the fifth. And now under Coach Sean Kenny, 6th and 7th is not out of the norm. 1-2 from Dete. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Morris. It's a 3-up, 3-down, 1-2-3 inning for Dete with a couple of strikeouts. Great start for Ben.
That felt better.
Much better. Good start to this one. We'll go to the bottom of the first with Ben Wilmus, Gable Mitchell, and Reese Moore coming up for the Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now. As we head to the bottom of the first inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Iowa's batting order looks like this to start this game against St. Thomas. Ben Wilmus in left, Gable Mitchell at short, Reese Moore the DH. Middle of the order for Iowa today, Miles Risley in center, Dan Rogers the catcher, Caleb Wolf the first baseman. And then 7, 8, 9, Cooper Schulte at third, Kellen Strohmeyer in right, and Ben Swales at second base. They'll face a left-handed freshman, Easton Bobb.
8 1/3 innings, 21 hits, 19 runs, 17 earned, 8 walks, 6 strikeouts, giving up 7 extra base hits. He's 0-3 on the year. Fastball will get up there around 90. He'll throw a change, a slider, a curveball. But boy, a little bit of everywhere. So again, discipline at the plate, find one in the middle and drive it somewhere.
Wilmus did not get the start yesterday. Gave him a partial day off. He entered later. Bob has an 18.36 ERA in just over 8 innings. Opponent's batting .477. Iowa as a team hitting .310. 0-1 to Wilmus. That's in. Sunny, warm day in Iowa City. Wind blowing out to left through the scoreboard. 1 ball, 1 strike on Wilmus. Bob out of the windup, pitches. Ben hits in the air to right. Frichter over, now back a few steps. He'll make the catch, 1 down.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit yesterday, too. Boy, Ben really extends the bottom of the strike zone and swings at a ball well out of the zone. Really want to see a little bit more patience out of the Hawkeye hitters, especially to trust that you're going to be able to hit with 2 strikes. So even if somehow that pitch ends up being a strike, you're just not going to do damage to it.
Here comes Gable Mitchell. Lefty on lefty matchup. Gable fouled off the first pitch. I think I've noticed over the last few weeks, John, what Iowa has been chasing has been low. Usually, I think you think of teams that are chasing pitches, maybe it's because it's a too good slider that drifts outside and you're chasing something away. But low, you feel like that would be maybe an easier read as Mitchell takes strike 2.
Yeah, except for a lot of times Iowa's been missing on those low pitches. They've been good changeups. So the ball's kind of coming in. It looks the same. It's in the same tunnel, and then the bottom falls out of it.
0-2 to Gable. Laid off that pitch that stayed upstairs.
But yeah, you're exactly right. Especially at Michigan, boy, it felt like everything was down low in the dirt, and Hawkeye hitters were swinging over the top of it fairly regularly.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Gable, Iowa's shortstop. Slider drifted outside away from the left-handed hitter. Mitchell batting .348. 14 doubles on the season for Mitchell. He's tied for the lead with Ben Wilmus. Count even at 2. The left-hander for St. Thomas. He's ready. Bob pitches. Gable scooped in the air, left side. Left fielder Voyevich coming forward. He cannot make the play. It bounces right in front of him. And Mitchell is on with a 1-out single to left.
Easy flare there, and sometimes that's the way it works out. A weakly hit ball finds a hole.
Really nicely done there by Voyevich because it bounced high off the turf. He had to jump so it didn't go over his head.
I had to play hockey goalie on a puck that was up. Going heavy top shelf on that one.
Right. Here comes Reese Moore, the DH, powerful left-handed hitter for Iowa. St. Thomas shifts over to the right side against Reese. He's just about hit by the pitch up and in.
This is another guy who wants to get going again. I was talking to Coach Heler. It's been great to see him start trying to drive the ball to left center. And then when he pulls it, it's still going to be a big hit.
1-0 is in the dirt. Nice block behind the plate by Richards.
Coach Heller mentioned the big thing for Reese is just recognize that they're trying to walk you for the most part. They're not coming in there, and so don't get yourself out. If you get a mistake, stay on timing and drive it, but otherwise take what they're giving you.
Just like that pitch there, low and out. Gable thought he had a read on a pitch that was in the dirt. Richards able to glove it before it clipped the turf. He was caught in no man's land there for a second, but the St. Thomas catcher had no path to throw it to first. It's 3-0 on Moore. Lefty on lefty matchup. The pitch is a called strike on the outer black, 3-1.
And that's a good take because that's a fastball low on the outside part of the plate. It's a tough pitch to do anything hard with. So wait, see if you get a better one or take your walk.
Moore crowding the plate. Try a pickoff move over to first base. St. Thomas, a team ERA of 6.47. Opponents bat .281 against their staff. 3 balls and a strike on Moore. The pitch from Bob. Grounded foul over to the right. Fringe pitch, low and in. At bat continues, 3-2 on Reese. Reese is hitting .341. 10 doubles, 9 home runs. He has a couple of triples this season. He's also been hit by 7 pitches. Counts now full. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground, left side. Third baseman scoops it up. His only plays over to first, and it is offline, but they call Reese out at first base. Gable really never stopped running. He winds up at third on the throw.
And the third baseman fielded it basically in the shortstop hole. Didn't have a play. He threw it to first, and as he was admiring his throw to first, which maybe wasn't the greatest, so he's got a little edge to it. Gable recognized nobody was covering third base and decided to just take a race over there and won.
2 outs for Miles Risley, Iowa's star center fielder. Started every game for Iowa this season. This is game number 40 for the Hawkeyes. First pitch to Risley is blooped into center field for a base hit. Mitchell comes down the line to score. The Hawkeyes on the board in the first. It's 1-0.
Another semi-weakly hit ball, but very nicely positioned there. Knocked over the second baseman's head. Better start for the Hawkeyes today.
1-0, and here comes Dan Rogers, Iowa's starting catcher. D-Raj, a powerful left-handed hitter with a very smooth swing. As the wind whips out to center, Rogers takes ball 1, low and out.
It took him a couple weeks to kind of make the smooth transition from the level he was at to here, but boy, he's been good, and he's been a steady force behind the plate.
1-0, Rogers hits on the ground right side, a backhand stop by Roeder at first base. He takes the shortcut to first for the third out. Iowa on the board. It's 1-0. We're back for the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Ben Dete returning to the rubber for Iowa. He'll pitch for the Hawks in the second after setting down St. Thomas. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts, so he'll face 4, 5, and 6. Maulik, Roeder, and Voss. Maulik in the box first. He's the third baseman for the Tommies. A lot of left-handers in the lineup for St. Thomas. Of the starting 9, 7 of them bat from the left side. Dete deals a strike on the inner third. It's 1-0 Iowa in the top of the second. St. Thomas wearing all gray uniforms, gray tops, gray pants. 1-1 is hit on the ground to second. Swales picks it up, and he throws it quickly to Wolf for the first out of the inning.
pitch there. Ben got the changeup inside and really just barely scuffing the black of the plate on the inside part. Got weak contact. Caleb Wolf continuing to learn. Starts to chase after it and realizes, nope, I got to go cover first base.
Dete is so strong when he can pitch inside to those left-handers. Another lefty here, Joe Roeder. Fastball low and out. So, yeah, St. Thomas all grays. Purple lettering and numbers, no trim. They wear purple caps in the field. Iowa with their midweek black uniforms. Iowa spelled out in gold script across the chest. They've got gold numbers on the front left hip, offset. White pants for Iowa with the black and white cleats. Hawks are wearing white caps in the field with a black bill, the black script eye on the front panel. As Dete missed outside 2-1.
Blackout. I'd love to have seen Iowa head to toe black.
All black. Yeah. Would you be a fan of the black baseball pants, John?
Yes.
You are a fan. It's like what Vanderbilt does.
I would be okay with that, yeah.
2-1 is lifted to left center field. Wilmus and Risley on the run. Wilmus still angling back. He leaps up. Did he bring that back in? He did. What is going on with these fly balls this week at Banks?
That ball was 100 off the bat, and it was kind of in the wind tunnel, just kept carrying. Goes 371. Unfortunately, it was right at the 372 sign and doesn't quite make it out. Ben Wilmus sees to that.
Ben was tracking it the whole way, and he leapt up and caught it at the top of the wall. 2 outs for St. Thomas as Joe Voss comes in. Another left-handed hitter for the Tommies. Dete pitches. Here's a foul ball over to the right. Bare hand play made by pitching coach Sean Kenny, seated on the stool just inside the Iowa dugout on the first base side. Sandwiched by Coach Sutherland and Coach Heller. The 0-2 pitch from Dete. Fastball snapped high.
We've gotten used to seeing Risley make that catch. That's a new one with Ben Wilmus helping to take one away.
Ben's turn. The 1-2 lunged at and fouled off over to the left.
Yeah, that really was right in front of the 372, so that ball didn't have any extra carry. Felt like the wind should have really helped push it. Fortunately for Dete, it didn't.
1-2's in the dirt, blocked by Rogers. Iowa on the board in the first, keeping St. Thomas off of it for now here in the top of the second. 1-0 Hawks. 2-2 delivery. In the dirt again, ball 3. Dete's been very sharp in his start. Full count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He went to the well 4 times in a row with the low pitches, and he got him on the final one for his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon.
Keep after it. He wants it.
He knew it, too. Just 3rd time was the charm, I guess. Bottom of the second coming up. Iowa leading St. Thomas 1-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
The best cars for the money are Hondas. Now, save big with 0% APR. The 25 Accord, Civic, Passport, and Odyssey have been named the best cars for the money by U.S. News & World Report. Save thousands with 0%, like the 24 Prologue with 0 APR. To drive the best, search a local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval. Offer ends 4/30/25. View U.S. News Best Cars at cars.usnews.com.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Caleb Wolf will lead off Iowa's second inning. Hawks lead 1-0. John Evans and John Leo with you from Banks this afternoon. Perfect night for baseball. We'd love to hear where you're listening from. Find us on Twitter at John E. Golf for my broadcast partner John Evans. Find myself at John Leo 38 on Twitter. Linda is listening in Manchester. Great to have you on board tonight, Linda.
Not only put where.
Oh, Wolf hit in the head by the pitch. Look out.
Not only put where you're listening, put what your walk-up song would be. Because we're going to have a conversation about John Leo's walk-up song later.
I didn't pick it, John.
That's the best part. Coach Heler picked it for you. So let's hear what your walk-up song would be as well.
Should I be embarrassed?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, no, but we're going to have some fun with it. It's what Coach Heler thinks of you.
I'll remember that, Coach. Cooper Schulte in the box. He shows the bunt. Firm bunt to third, just foul to the left of the line. Caleb Wolf was trying to bunt, too, to lead off this inning, and he got hit in the dome.
I think Malik had a chance to catch that. Yeah, that was, fortunately, it was a mostly glancing blow off Caleb's helmet.
And fortunately, he turned the right way. You turn the wrong way on that, you wear it in the nose.
Yeah. Yeah, the extra cheek protector might not have helped him.
Schulte back in the starting lineup. Takes a slider, breaking ball, I suppose. 1-1 now. Pitch missed in. Schulte's got a lightning bolt for a bat. Takes a strike there, 1-2. Quickly through the zone most times for Coop when he swings it. Nobody out for Iowa in the second. Bob is ready. The left-hander will throw it over to first base. Wolf gets back without a dive.
Not easy to see over there at first base now this time of year with the sun setting over there.
1-2 count. Lefty pitcher, right-handed hitter as Schulte sends it right back up the middle for a base hit. It speeds past the big black Tiger Hawk in center and picked up by Voss, who gets it back in. Iowa's got their first two hitters on base to start the second.
There was your lightning bolt bat, 101. Schulte sends that back up the middle.
Better energy to start. Better, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say discipline, but they seem more focused today. Kellen Strohmeyer in the box. First and second, nobody out. Kellen swings at the first pitch. Slow roller on the ground to second. Strohmeyer trying to beat it out at first, but he is thrown out. Basically a sacrifice for Stroh.
A good sack bunt there, but...
Would you agree, John, they seem a little bit more dialed in today?
I agree.
Compared to yesterday in the loss?
Absolutely. We'll get a pitching change here now. We've seen enough, I guess. Accomplish the goal.
He already could make the call, John? I missed it.
He did. He walked right out. It was like the one last night. Walked right out and bang, we were going, give me the ball, kid.
New pitcher coming in for St. Thomas. We're in the bottom of the second. Iowa has runners at second and third, and there is only one out. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it. Times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
New pitcher into the game for St. Thomas is Tucker Hune, right-handed senior from Plano, Texas.
Still working on pulling him up here. 8 1/3 innings, 18 hits, 16 runs have all been earned. As he's walked 7, struck out 9. He's got a 17.28 ERA.
Right-handed pitcher, kind of gets out to your 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock as he delivers it.
Yeah, the fastball is not going to overpower you. It's just that kind of the more traditional sidearm guy. It'll be in the mid-80s. He'll throw a slider off that. The right-handers will see it kind of pop out of the hand. And you're just kind of like the traditional sidearm guy. You need to raise the floor up, get a ball belt high, and not let it just kind of drift down and make you beat it into the ground.
Ben Swales will get the first look at him. St. Thomas really shifted over to the left side. Runners at second and third for Swales. First pitch to Ben. Ground ball, softly hit to third. Wolf comes down the line. He scores. Throw to first is late, and Swales beats it out. 2-0 Iowa. We'll take it.
Well, and that's, you mentioned the extra energy. And the other thing that's happened for Iowa today is a couple softly hit balls have found holes. Where yesterday, center fielder in the same inning made 2 great plays on Jackson Beeman's strong hit, and the other ball, I don't remember who hit it, but out to the out to left center field. And so a couple of well hit balls that turn into outs, and today a couple of softly hit balls find holes.
2-0 Iowa in the second. Back to the top of the order for Ben Wilmus. He watched a fastball sail outside.
Indiana also playing today. They're in Indianapolis playing Ball State. It's 5-2. Indiana leads in the bottom of the 4th inning.
That'd be good news for the Hawks, right?
I think so. Have them come in. You don't need them to come in on a loss and be angry.
Right.
So
Iowa and Indiana this weekend have always had competitive games, a good series over the years. 2 balls, no strikes. Wilmus shows the bunt. The pitch is high. Throw down to second is late. Now they bring it back home, and Schulte comes down the line to score. That worked to perfection for Iowa.
Iowa putting good pressure on there with a double steal. Second baseman came in, had a chance at the plate, but you have to make a good throw then to give him a chance, and he short hops his catcher who couldn't make the scoop to apply a tag.
3-0 Iowa in the second. Wilmus facing a 3-0 count. The pitch from Hune is on the edge. Outside corner, 3-1. Jim is listening in from Bella Vista, Arkansas.
All right.
That can't be a bad place to be this time of year. 3-1. Wilmus hits high to left field. Get going, baby. It is gone. Wilmus cranked it to deep left field. And the Hawks are up 5-0.
97 off the bat, 375 over the wall.
No doubt about that one, John.
No, the left fielder barely gave his pitcher a courtesy jog. That was a little tough, but boy, got the inside fastball, and Ben was close last night on one and just hooked it foul, and that one he's able to keep fair.
Wilmus home runs just sky balls, aren't they? Just all the way up.
Well, that one, the one he hit against Michigan was the laser over the brick wall.
I think back to his one against Nebraska. Wilmus puts Iowa up 5-0. Here's Gable Mitchell. Swings at the 0-1 pitch. He's down 0-2. Ben up to 5 home runs. Hune ready to pitch to Gable, the 0-2. Gable lines into center field. Voss coming forward, he makes the catch for out number 2. We didn't even have time to mention it today, but Gable's on-base streak continues. He's up to 41 games in a row that Gable's been on base after a single in the first.
Since we don't have good records of on-base, we're going to just call that one the new Iowa record.
It's got to be, right?
It has to be, because we don't have records of anything else.
We don't have record of any type of record. 2 outs for Reese Moore. Bases are empty. Reese takes inside for ball 1.
I defy you to prove anything that's bigger, so.
I probably have the time to go back and look. Maybe that's a summer project over at Carver for us. 1-0 delivery. Reese waited for it. And he wisely laid off on a pitch that was upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes on Moore. Iowa's DH. He bounced out to third back in the first inning.
Well, you didn't say Jim's walk-up song, though, would be the outfield.
I was interrupted. Moore lines foul over to the right. That's a great pick, Jim. Anything by the outfield? Any song by the outfield? All right.
It's a pretty good start.
That's a yeah. We're in good territory just by that credential there. 2 balls and a strike. Hune taking his time. Now he pitches. Reese hit in the air to center. Voss moves over towards left a bit, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. 4 runs come across for Iowa. Foot on the gas early. It's 5-0. We'll bring you the 3rd after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmer.
7-8-9 for Ben Dete. He'll face Richards, Von Schlegel, and Frichter. It's 5-0 Iowa in the top of the 3rd. Off to a good start this evening.
When you and I were talking RPI and last night's game, first pitch across for a strike. The one thing I forgot, the stat that I got sent today from our friend Connor Onion, that there's 3 teams in the Power 4 conferences. That ball's hooked into right, trouble.
Down for a base hit right in front of the wall. Strohmeyer gets there. It's a leadoff double for Richards, who hooked it right inside the line, and that's the first base runner of the game for St. Thomas. First hit on Ben Dete.
Well, that's a good pitch. That's a changeup inside and down, and just kind of weakly flared it out there. But Connor's stat was there's 3 teams in the Power 4 conferences that have yet to lose a conference series, and that's Texas, Clemson, and your University of Iowa Hawkeyes that lost to Western Illinois last night. So the season is not over just because of that. They continue winning series. They're in a pretty unique territory throughout the country at this point.
That's very good company. Texas, the number 1 team in the country. Clemson's top 5. And last I knew they were 3rd, but I know Oregon State's 3rd now.
So it's still really simple math for Iowa. Win series, and if they win their last 3 series, my guess is that will be enough to do some pretty cool things.
2.5 game lead in the Big Ten on UCLA, and we haven't had our bye week yet. So does that favor Iowa, or does that favor UCLA that they have more games in hand?
I think in this case it favors Iowa, because if you think about it,
1-2 is hit right back to Dete, who picks it up. He checks the runner at second, then throws it over to first. Smart play from Ben.
If you think about it from this perspective, again, it's just if Iowa wins series, so 6-3 in their 3 series, that means UCLA has to go 10-2 in their 4 series that they have left. So that means they have to sweep 2 series and win the other 2.
Sounds difficult.
It's difficult. I'm not suggesting it's impossible, but it's a big ask.
First pitch hits Frichter up and in. Boy, just nicked his elbow guard.
That ball's across the plate.
He was crowding it. He was in tight on it. UCLA's scheduled the rest of the way. They get Penn State this weekend at home. They finish up with Northwestern. They go to USC. They go to Illinois.
And again, those are Illinois is a difficult place to win the series. Certainly a difficult place to sweep.
Top of the order with Recchio coming up. First and second for the Tommies and 1 out. Iowa on top 5-0 in the 3rd.
And so with what Iowa's been able to do, they've given themselves a little bit of grace area. I just watched the replay. Boy, that is a strike. Ooh.
On the hit by pitch?
Yes.
It's unfortunate, yeah. Dete delivers the 1-0. Good cut by Recchio. Comes up empty, 1-1.
Oregon's obviously not out of it yet. They're 3 games behind Iowa. So if Iowa can't have a bigger lead than that going into that final weekend.
1-1 dropped low. Iowa's remaining series, Indiana this weekend. And then at Washington next weekend out in Seattle. That'll be a heck of a trip. Bye week against Oregon State in Des Moines. Loading up a great series, outstanding opportunity for Iowa in that matchup. And then finish the season at home against Oregon.
Yeah, 6-4-3 in the current Big Ten standings. So it just keeps ramping up.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Recchio here for Dete. He kicks and fires just off the plate outside, 3-2. I feel like of the remaining teams, Iowa has maybe the hardest schedule compared to UCLA and Oregon. Spin move, throw to second, keeps the runner around. Iowa has Indiana, at Washington, and Oregon. UCLA has Penn State, at USC, at Illinois, Northwestern. Oregon's got to go to Michigan State yet. They get Washington at home, and then they come to Iowa. Swing and a miss by Dete. He gets another strikeout as Recchio is set down. 2 outs in the inning.
Now, the nice part for what Iowa has done is they've built cushion in the loss column. And again, that goes to your point of having played an extra series over some teams. Other than UCLA, Iowa's 3 games ahead in the loss column of everybody.
First pitch strike at the knees to Voyevich. And what's the importance of that, John? So say for some reason Iowa doesn't end up on top. There's a pretty big factor there.
Yeah,
and how Iowa finishes.
And so say Iowa goes 4-5 instead. Maybe don't win the series and go 4-5. Well, now you're talking about having 9 losses in conference. Well, that means those teams that are chasing are still going to have to go that same kind of 10-2 sort of thing. especially if Iowa wants to finish in the top 4, which you do.
That's the big piece I'm talking about, finishing in the top 4, how important that is.
Because finishing in the top 4 means you win the tiebreaker in your pool at the Big Ten tournament. So if everybody finishes 1-1, if something happens where you don't sweep both games, you can now get in. You can't get in. Oh, great pitch there from Ben.
Via the tiebreaker in any other situation.
Yeah, if 5 through 12 cannot get in via tiebreaker, they have to go to Omaha and win both games to get into the semifinal round. Whereas if you're a top 4 seed, you give yourself a small mulligan.
Foul ball down the left field line.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously it's not guaranteed. You could lose a game and a team could still finish 2-0 and ace you out. But in the event that you'd have at least a little grace period if everybody finished 1-1.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Voyevich in the box from the left side. Detay's pitch. Ground ball right side. Wolf dives to knock it down. He flips to Detay, but Voyevich wins the race to the bag. And the bases will be loaded with 2 outs for St. Thomas.
We're taunting our own pitcher with Danger Zone's walk-up song for this guy? What are we doing here?
Would really like to see Detay get out of this inning cleanly and have a new Iowa pitcher start the 4th.
Well, that one was a little unfortunate, too. Fastball, or a changeup that was up and in, got weak contact, but it was just well placed there.
Yeah, just got a sledgehammer swing at it.
Yeah, drew Wolfie off the bag a little bit more, and then Ben's release pulls him a little to the third base side. So by the time he took off to first, he just lost the race, and so.
Big spot here for Ben Detay. 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. Iowa on top, 5-0. Max Morris is the batter. He swings at the first pitch, hits it into left center field. Risley on the run. He will not be able to get there. It's a ground rule double for St. Thomas. They plate 2 runs. It's 5-2 now. The Tommies on the board.
Might have caught a break there as the runners were going on contact with 2 outs. And the Iowa outfield had given a whole lot of space there. Ben, not the worst fastball. I mean, it's up at the top of the zone, but it is in the middle of the plate. And Coach Kenny will come out and just have a quick chat here and probably ask how he's feeling and see if he can get the last out here. Ben sets at 45 pitches now, which is the most he's thrown this year.
Iowa punched first tonight. St. Thomas with a little jab back here now in the 3rd.
And to your point, you'd like to see Ben, for his own well-being and for obviously the team's well-being, go ahead and get this last out. Feel pretty comfortable with how the outing went.
Yep. 2nd and 3rd for Maulik. Ben missed upstairs.
It's the one free base. And again, I'll argue and stand on the hit by pitch hill for a little bit.
1-0 dropped in through the front door for a strike, 1-1. There's a leadoff double by Richards. Followed by an out and then a hit by pitch. Here's a ground ball to second. Swales absorbs and throws over to first for the 3rd out. Couple runs across for St. Thomas. Iowa still leading, this time 5-2. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Bottom of the third in Iowa City. Sun is hidden by some clouds now, and it's cooling off dramatically. 5-2, Iowa with the lead. And the Hawks will have Risley, Rogers, and Wolf due up. All right, so Iowa scored 4 in the second. Couple runs come across for St. Thomas in their response. See how Iowa answers back now in the third. Risley takes a fastball low and out from Hune, who's still pitching for the Tommies. He entered in the last inning. Risley singled in a run his first time up. 1-0 pitch. Miles grounds foul over to the left.
Oh, football adds another quarterback to the quarterback room.
Yes, a transfer in from Wake Forest. 1-1 pitch to Risley's way outside, 2-1. It was really funny. Today at work, I was over at the facility, and we were having the press conferences for the coordinators. And Coach Lester was up there talking about how, yeah, he'd probably like to add a little bit more depth at quarterback with Brendan Sullivan leaving. So they're looking for one more quarterback. It was, I couldn't even get back to my office at Carver, and this guy lands. Like, all right, Coach Lester knew it was coming in. And couldn't even get back to the office before we added that depth that he was talking about. 3 balls and a strike on Risley. Here's the pitch. Low and out, ball 4. Leadoff walk to Miles. You want to talk about a unique press conference? For the coordinators, okay? We start with Coach Parker, defensive coordinator. And then we go to Coach LeVar Woods, special teams. And then you go to Coach Tim Lester, offensive coordinator. 3 very different personalities. You get Coach Parker to start things off, who's so intense. You're almost lucky to get a smile, but that's what we love about Coach Parker.
How would Coach Parker do with Tom Brands on the intensity level?
Oh, boy, they'd be having a...
Both look like they've had double shots of espresso?
Yeah, it would be pretty intense.
All right.
Coach Woods, very personable. Coach Lester's a little bit like Coach Heler in that you can ask him a question and you'll be there for a few minutes.
Nice.
So Coach Lester's got a lot to say. As Rogers hits this in the air, carrying well to deep left center field, and it's off the base of the wall. They're waving Risley around third. Here's the relay to the plate. It's cut off at the pitcher's mound. D-Raj clubs a double to left center. It's 6-2 Hawks.
Boy, that goes 103 off the bat. Opposite way, 377 bounces it off the wall. Great contact off the fastball. Boy, Coach, they haven't even settled. Coach is making a pitching change already.
We'll introduce the new St. Thomas pitcher after this. Hawks lead it 6-2. Iowa has scored in every inning so far this evening. Off to a good start, 6-2 Hawks. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us. But before I let John Leo introduce the new pitcher, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
St. Thomas brings in a senior right-hander from Green Bay. This is Carl Cano.
He's 1-2 on the season with a .675 ERA, 13 1/3 innings, 17 hits, 13 runs, only 10 of those earned, 11 walks, 17 strikeouts. He's given up 7 extra base hits, including 3 home runs. Fastball will get up there about 90. He'll throw a slider. Does throw in a changeup to a left-hander every now and again, but really he'll try to mix that fastball and slider, and likes the slider with runners in scoring position, and that's what he comes into.
Caleb Wolf strolling to the box with Dan Rogers out there at second base. Iowa leading 6-2. Rogers just drilled a double off the left center wall. Thought for a minute it had the chance to get out of here, but D-Raj with yet another double. 9th of the season. Wolf was hit by a pitch his first time up, and he's almost hit by this one. It's low and in. Gets by the catcher, and so Rogers will advance to third. Picked up that back foot.
Yeah, just danced out of the way quickly with his left foot. So, I mean, he went from taking one off the nugget to taking one off the bottom of the shoe, but he got the bottom of the shoe out of the way that time. So he's a pitch magnet right now.
Feels like it. Nobody out for Wolf. Another run there at third base. The 1-0. That's upstairs.
Yeah, just saw on the scout. Both of those pitches sliders.
Missed low, missed high. 2-0 now on Wolf. The pitch. Caleb chops right side, picked off the turf by the first baseman, race to the bag. Caleb is out, but Rogers comes down the line to score. Another run across for the Hawks. It's 7-2.
Nice job by Cano to get over there. We saw, obviously, in the top of the inning, Dete didn't quite get there. Cano off quickly, full sprint over there, gets to the bag, takes the throw just ahead of Wolf, who does get the RBI.
Did a job.
Hawks C2, match 2. See if they can add on here in the bottom of the third.
Cooper Schulte's up. Shows a bunt, pulled it back. Fastball just out. One-0 pitch. Schulte got under it and popped it up. Shallow center. Voss coming forward. Recchio going back. Boy, he made that more challenging than it needed to be. He catches it over his shoulder. The second out.
Yeah, he just kept drifting and never really got to a spot. And fortunately for him, he still makes the catch. See if Stroh can get going here.
He grounded out to second. Back in the second. Tall, lanky, left-handed hitter. First pitch to him, Kellen fouled it back to the pad. Strohmeyer, a .333 hitter coming into the game. 10 hits and 31 at-bats now after the ground out. A couple of home runs on the season for Stroh. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good cut. Kellen down in the count now. Cano ready, the right-hander from the belt. He pitches to Strohmeyer, high and out. Infield shifted over to the pull side for Strohmeyer. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch, Kellen fights it off to the left.
Which is really funny because what was it, a week or two ago that Stroh had 4 hits or 3 hits to the left side? Just put them all opposite field, right, including the home run.
And not in a way that indicates that he's late on pitches. It's just where he's been driving it.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, the home run was well struck over the, out to the scoreboard.
1-2, outside. Kellen flinched forward, but did not swing.
He was trying to push it outside to make sure it got out just off the plate.
Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Strohmeyer. Swing and a miss. Pitch that rolled off the table. Kellen couldn't make contact. He strikes out for the 3rd out. Another strong inning for Iowa's offense. It's 7-2 after a couple runs come across. We're through 3 at Banks. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/bestyet.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Well, Ben Dete is going to get a crack at the 4th inning. He's been solid through 3. Gave up a couple of runs there in the 3rd. But Iowa on top 7-2. And so Dete gets the opportunity to start the 4th, and he does so nicely with a sweeping breaking ball that catches the bottom of the zone on Joe Roeder. The leadoff hitter for the Tommies in this inning, bats 5th in the order. Dete spiked one there, 1-1.
Ohio State up 6-4 over Toledo through 6 innings. Indiana putting the hammer down now. It's 11-2 over Ball State. 6 runs in the top of the 5th, and they are still going. Swing and a miss there, 1-2.
Indiana's got one heck of an offense. That's sort of their claim to fame.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Iowa offense. If Iowa is second in any,
This is ripped into the right field corner, getting to the wall quickly as Roeder has a leadoff double. 2nd inning in a row that Date's allowed one of those.
Decent pitch. He threw the changeup and was down, but probably got more middle of the plate than he wanted. Roeder stayed on it and drove it hard. We'll see how long the rope is here.
He'll face Voss, whom he struck out in the second.
But Iowa leads the conference in doubles. Indiana's fourth. Indiana is second in the conference in home runs behind Oregon. Second in the conference in RBIs. Misses high there. Actually, Iowa and Indiana are tied in walks.
Okay.
Walks earned, I guess you'd call it.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana actually doesn't strike out a lot. They strike out less than Iowa does to walk that same number. Team batting average is .306. They slug .532, which leads the conference.
Yeah, I bet it does.
On base percentage is one tick higher than Iowa's at .422. Iowa's .421. So yeah, it will be a very good offense that comes in from Bloomington. Now the kicker is Iowa sports a .374 ERA. Indiana's ERA is over 6.
Dete deals a strike at the knees. Count now 2-2. Right, so if Iowa's offense can get back on track or close to it, could be a really nice weekend for Iowa. 2-2. Swing and a miss. That just kept running away from Voss. Dete strikes him out for the second time today.
Yeah, Iowa pitchers have given up a .216 batting average. Indiana's given up .270. So, I mean, they're looking to kind of play a slow-pitch softball game where Iowa's trying to keep it a little bit more intact.
High-scoring weekend would be a little bit of trouble as this ball is lifted down the left field line. Wilmus over. He slides and crashes into the wall. Can't quite make the play in foul territory. Good to see Ben hop up. Looks like he's all right.
What a great effort from Ben there. Smart play there to give himself an opportunity to catch it and also protect himself.
Right.
Although sliding in with his arm at a weird angle into that wall. Had some potential to be gross.
Richards, the batter for St. Thomas, lifts this in the air to center. Risley drifting back. Miles caught it in the right center gap. Runner tagging from second to third. He will get there. But you look at the Indiana series, John, a high-scoring, slug-it-out type of series might be trouble for Iowa. But if the Hawkeye pitching staff can be sharp, boy, big advantage for the Hawks against Indiana's pitching.
Well, and that was one of the things I joked about with Coach Heller before the game, too. I said, you know, not really disappointed to see the forecast for the wind to blow in the first 2 days.
Right. Von Schlegel is up. First pitch just high from Ben. Wind blowing in Friday and Saturday. Wind probably blowing out on Sunday the way it looks.
Yeah, out,
over to left.
Yeah, out to at least across. I was here for 30-16. I don't need to see that again.
Ball pops out of Rogers mid. It's 2-0.
I mean, it worked out well. Iowa won, but
long day at the park, John.
It's a long day at the park. You know, it's still the most. I mean, the most amazing part of that, when you think about it, is Iowa was down 13-2.
Ooh.
So they outscored 28-3.
Was that what day of the week was that?
That was game one.
Oh.
That was the Friday special. Adam Mazur had one bad start on Friday.
Was that one?
And that was it. Heavy wind blowing out, and gave up a couple of that weren't all his fault, and a couple of them that were his fault.
Dete snaps a 3-0 in for the strike, 3-1. Just ruined pitching the rest of the weekend?
Iowa swept the series, so didn't ruin Iowa's too bad. Because you think about it, Iowa only gave up 3 runs after the fouled off there, 3-2. After the early going, it was fine. So Iowa kind of buckled in after that. And,
you don't hear Coach Heller talk much about that game. It doesn't come up in conversation. There have been a lot of conversations over the years with him. 3-2. Strike 3 called. Low inside corner. Dete battles all the way back and picks up his second strikeout of the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Iowa leading 7-2. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time. It's deflected, intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully, down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Join the Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more on how you could bring the next quarterback, the next women's point guard.
The list goes on.
Options galore.
Bottom of the fourth, Iowa 7, St. Thomas 2. Ben Swales will lead off the inning. Then we'll go to the top of the order with Ben Wilmus and Gable Mitchell coming up. Iowa's scored in every inning today.
Kyle Huckstorf set the RBI record in that game.
That Big Indiana game?
Big Ten record. With 12 as he hit a grand slam and a 3-run home run in back-to-back innings. Hit another home run somewhere in there.
Swing and a miss by Swales on a slider. And that was kind of Huck's hello, I'm here moment, right?
Yeah, he had a kind of struggled in the middle of the season, but boy, he found it as the end of the season rolled around.
Foul tip by Swales into the mitt. Some clouds rolling in. There are some storms to the north. Let's hope that those stay up there. Cedar Rapids getting hit pretty good. Finally getting to that point of the spring in Iowa. 0-2. Swales watched it go high. You get that stormy, muggy day, which we had in Iowa City today. Mid-70s, really nice.
That's what kind of you get it kind of percolating a little when it warms up, starts to pop a little.
Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Swales. Hit well down the left field line, but he's out in front of it, and he hooked it foul past the St. Thomas bullpen.
That's why I didn't park in that front row spot. That was 108 off the bat.
Crushed. Ben battling and fouling off the next pitch. It's 1-2.
Didn't notice that until I glanced down there. Gee,
woo,
holy cow. That was barreled.
Well struck, but just a little early, I guess. 1-2 on Swales to start the fourth. Cano pitching for St. Thomas. That's eye level. Diana's listening to us tonight, John, from inside the stadium.
All right.
Her walk-up song would be Let It Go.
Oh, all right.
All right. 2-2. Ben took high inside corner for strike number 3. Fans do not love that call.
Can't tell if Coach Sutherland was talking to Ben Swales or the umpire.
Kind of looked right through Ben, didn't he?
It seemed like it.
That's a tough pitch to do much with, and you don't have a lot of time to react and decide if that's going to be a strike. Ben Wilmus in the box for his third at bat. Hit a 2-run home run his last time up. Takes a pitch down Broadway, strike 1.
How long do we wait before we tell people what your walk-up song was, according to Coach Heler?
Well, as long as you can. I know you're the one with the information.
I'm doing pretty good so far.
You are. You're holding the audience on the edge of their seat. No balls in a strike. The pitch to Wilmus. That bounced in front of the plate, 1-1. Ben picks it up and gives it to the catcher. Nice gesture from Wilmus. Wouldn't expect anything different from Benny. I just want to know why I caught that stray from Coach.
It's a compliment.
Is it? Are you sure?
No.
Ben hits the 1-1 in the air, shallow center. That just about got out of the atmosphere. It finally comes down, and Voss makes the catch, 2 down.
This is the part, though, now you want to see Iowa continue to put good at-bats.
Right.
You don't care whether they all end up being hits or getting on base, but you just want to keep stacking good at-bats.
Mitchell in the box for Iowa. Cano pitches. Gable thought about bunting, pulled the bat back. At risk of breaking the streak of scoring in every inning. This would be a 3-up, 3-down if Mitchell can't get on. 1-0 delivery. Gable pushed it left side foul. Adamant on bunting.
Well, and funny enough, with the third baseman in kind of the only defender on that side of the field, you can actually bunt it hard and try to get it past him a little bit. Or at least make the play difficult for him moving away from first.
1-1, Gable fought it off. Hit it straight back into the net.
Indiana with a touchdown and a safety now in the top of the fifth. It's 14-2. Still batting.
1-2. Gable got a piece of it over to the left side.
Maybe their bats will be tired when they come here.
Use it all up and leave it there.
Leave it at Victory Field in Indianapolis.
Ball and 2 strikes on Gable Mitchell. Here's the next pitch. Gable hits high. Left side, Voyevich, the left fielder, coming forward. And he makes the play for the 3rd out. Iowa goes down in order in the 4th. We'll bring you the top of the 5th after this. It's 7-2 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be a Waka Waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000, plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
Ben Dete pitched 4 solid innings for the Hawks. His day is done, and he gives way to Gannon Archer, right-handed junior from Adel.
1-1 on the season with a 3.68 ERA. He's also got a save. 7 appearances, 7 1/3 innings, 10 hits, 4 runs. 3 of those are earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 5. He was kind of in the early mix to kind of have one of those second starter closer positions. then started battling an injury and kind of working his way back into the mix.
And for now, he'll face 9-1-2, Frichter, Recchio, and Vojevic.
Easy for you to say.
Ooh. Feels like it's been a while that we've seen Archer, John.
It is. It's been 2 weeks, and 2 weeks ago the outing wasn't great, so we didn't see him for very long. So, and it had been 2 weeks before that we'd seen him. So again, just kind of trying to work his way back. Be nice to see him be kind of the Gannon Archer that the coaching staff expects, and have him get healthy. Tyler Guerin, another arm that you'd like to be healthy. If you can get those guys at a spot, boy, then you feel really good about trying to make a run in the Big Ten tournament, get to a regional, see what happens, all those fun things.
No soft spots, no weak links in the chain, right? Frichter to lead it off. And he's a left-handed hitter. Archer starts with a spinner. It's across for a strike.
Got that good overhand curveball that just
12-6.
That's a technical term too.
Right. Goes change up there, and that might have been more impressive than the curveball. It's 0-2 on the swing and miss. Gannon's made a bit of an adjustment here. Used to go from the windup, I guess, the last year. Only from the stretch. Tonight, the 0-2 from Gannon. That's hitting the air foul over to the left. We'll do it again.
We've shown him all three pitches. They've all three came out of the same tunnel, and then they've all three moved different directions.
Curve, change, heater.
Yep.
Now what do you throw?
I'll go back to that curveball again.
Start it back over. Archer's 0-2 delivery. Fouled back to the screen.
He did. He bought a little bit more plate than I want to see him get, though.
It's a great spot, low and out. You elevate it like that. Be easier to see for the hitters. So we'll do it again at 0-2. The sequencing might lead us to believe he goes changeup. He goes fastball low and in. And he gets a swing and a miss for the strikeout.
Good pitch, good location there. Popped it right back for the first out.
Second baseman, Tanner Recchio.
I think Gannon hit every spot possible. He went low, he went high, he went out, he went in.
We talk about my 9 spots on the tic-tac-toe board for the strike zone. Yeah, he hit the 4 corners, I think. Might not have got up and in really well, but covered up and away.
Top of the order with Recchio. Just high from Archer. Recchio 0 for 2 this evening with a strikeout. The 1-0 hit in the air well to center. Risley sprinting back, now turning over towards left center, and he makes the catch. He got to the spot, didn't he? Full sprint, get there, and then make the move.
Yeah, he really did. Nice job there. He tracked it back. Knew he had room, just had to get back far enough. Got back easily and then adjusted after that. It's a big park to center field. I mean, you can get it out to the angles, but it's not as easy to the batter's eye. We've seen people do it, but it's not easy.
Needs a little help, right?
Usually.
Just shy of 400 to straightaway center, 396. The corners are all right, 327.
Flags have pretty much stopped moving at this point, so.
Pretty still right now. Swing and a miss. Archer worked the bottom of the zone there. One to Vojevic. He shows the bunt, drops it down the third base side. Schulte charging hard. Throw on the run is high. It was probably late anyway. Vojevic was down the line quickly. Great bunt.
2 infield singles for Vojevic. He's hit both corners, so well done there. Great bunt.
Designated hitter, Max Morris.
And he caught Schulte a little off guard, but it was still such a good bunt that didn't really have a play.
Coop would have had to be even with the bag, I think.
Well, the top of this order likes to run. Recchio has 23 stolen bases. Vojovic has 11. So not afraid to use speed and try to put pressure on you.
Archer facing Morris, the first right-hander that he's seen in this inning. Gannon delivers. Curveball, outer edge, strike one.
The nice part, when you make the change to pitch out of the stretch the whole time, there isn't one of those, oh, it's worse when you get a guy on because you don't, you've got to do something different or it's a different rhythm for you.
Right.
As you get used to this, you can get settled in. Base runner doesn't bother you. You just have to vary the hold a little bit.
A little more horizontal break on that pitch from Archer, and it drifted outside. Iowa on top of St. Thomas here, 7-2. We're in the fifth. Vojovic, the runner at first. Archer concerned and throws it over. Morris doubled in a couple of runs to left center as he hit a ground rule double. Back in the third, he's responsible for St. Thomas's 2 runs. 1-1. Change up low and out. 2 balls and a strike now on Morris.
Yeah, he's a .344 hitter with 13 extra base hits. So
good stick here for St. Thomas.
They've done a nice job hitting in the 3-hole.
2-1 count, the pitch. Upstairs, ball 3.
Don't think you want to pitch completely around him, though.
Malik is on deck, and he's been a force. The times that he's been in the lineup for St. Thomas. 3-1. Archer, long pause from the belt, pitches. Right at the knees, 3-2.
Now, Morris only hit 4 home runs last year, but did drive in 35 and hit .322 on the season. So,
no doubt about it. He's a tough out. Full count pitch. Here it comes from Archer. Hit on the ground is short. Gable waits for it. He picks it up. Long throw to first is in time to get Morris and to retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning in Iowa City. It's 7-2. The Hawkeyes with the lead over St. Thomas. Back in a moment. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
There's a new head Hawk in town. Ben McCullum is entering his first season as the Iowa men's basketball coach. McCullum is striving to continue his winning ways in Iowa City. Join us for the new era of Iowa basketball. Reserve your season tickets for the 2025-26 season today. Give us a call at 1-800-IA-HAWKS to learn more. On Iowa, go Hawks.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
John Evans and John Leo with you from Iowa City. 7-2. Iowa on top of St. Thomas. And the Tommies will bring in a new pitcher. This is a right-handed freshman from Clive, Chris Peterson.
3 appearances on the season. He has an 11.25 ERA. 4 innings, 10 hits, 5 runs have all been earned. 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. He has hit 3 batters. Fastball is going to get up there about 90. He'll throw a slider as well. Doesn't land that for a strike much, so he'll really kind of lean on the fastball.
He'll face more Risley and Rogers.
All right, so do you want to tell everyone what Coach Heller decided was your walk-up song?
No, I think you'll get supreme joy in telling the audience yourself, John. Because I might not tell the truth.
Oh, I would call you out on that. So
I'm sure
you wouldn't get very far with that. Coach Heller's walk-up song for John Leo.
Which was totally random, by the way.
It really was. It just kind of pulled it out of there. Was Tina Turner's Simply the Best.
Now, how he came to that conclusion, I don't know.
I don't know. The funniest part is I can't even really remember what the context of the whole conversation was, where he just took the random.
John, I really think I'm pretty sure he walked up to us and said, John, what would your walk-up song be? And before I could even say anything, he already had it in his mind. Reese Moore leading off the inning for Iowa, sends a slow roller to second. And Moore is out number one. I really think that's how it went. That part's the truth.
I do. I think, as you say that, I think that's accurate of just of how we got there. But
so does he think I have an ego, or
maybe he thinks you're simply the best?
That would mean a lot to me.
That would hit me right in the feels. But yeah, that was what he popped out there for you. I mean, and kind of like you said, he quickly threw it right back at you. So it wasn't like he didn't think about it very long. He had it kind of on the top of his brain.
Well, yeah, and to that point, I can't tell if he hadn't been thinking about it very long or he has been. He's just been dying to tell me. Miles Risley batting for Iowa. He pops it up on the infield. First baseman Roeder is there for the second out.
It brought back fun times to could you hit Brody Breck's fastball?
I've got one question a year. I've got 1 point a year that's drawn to me.
That one was top notch.
I've seen Brody. Brody's in the pros now. I don't think I could touch him. In the batting cages at Penn State a couple years ago during the rain delay.
You couldn't have touched him either.
You don't think so?
No, gosh, no. No, God. I think you would have been hurt.
I've matured. I've grown up a little bit.
Speaking of hurt.
Ouch. Rogers hit by the pitch. Caught him in the leg. I've grown up, and I've decided I quit lying to myself. And so I wipe away any thought that I could put it between the white lines against Brody.
Yeah, I mean, Brody Nasty was no chance.
Oh.
Brody, that sophomore year or freshman year that was maybe still just a little wild, no chance I would stand in there because I'd be afraid of the exit wound after it went through me.
Straight through.
I was joking with Coach Heller in the dugout before the game, too. I said, Coach, I think I might get a year's worth of eligibility left. I'm ready to go. I said, but if I get hit by a pitch, I'm done.
Out of there. Forget it.
And Blake Guerin will get an opportunity to hit his own pitch here.
7-2 Iowa in the fifth with 2 outs and Rogers at first base. Here comes Blake.
I kind of really want to see a good at-bat. Reese Moore swung at a pitch off the plate. It's the one that Coach Heller was talking about. He's getting himself out, trying to pull a ball that's out off the plate. And Miles Risley just missed a fastball right in the middle of the plate and launched it straight up in the air.
First pitch to Blake. You got to say it a little bit louder, John. He didn't hear you. He chased one in the turf. St. Thomas respecting the pull power of Guerin. Left fielders playing in the deep left corner over there. Couldn't back up 5 steps and stay in the park. Infield way over to the left. Blake takes high and out. Ball on a strike.
Shortstop and third baseman are basically covering the same area.
Right next to each other. What do you think of the left fielder out there? He's about a step in front of the track, and he is in the corner.
He is almost, again, we talk about the stripes. He's in the third edge. Not quite in the middle of stripe 1, but he is in the outer third of stripe 1. So there is a long ways between him and the center fielder, and the center fielder is playing to pull. And if Blake could ever figure out how to hit it to right, holy cow, there's 2 full stripes open.
2-1, Guerin watched high and out.
He float a slider up there where he could just poke it that way.
Center fielder's on the left side of the Tiger Hawk, over by the feathers.
Yeah, in stripe 3 again.
Yep. 3 balls, 1 strike on Blake. The pitch. Inside ball 4. Blake didn't see much to hit. Really took 5 balls.
Yeah, first pitch wasn't much to hit either, but he swung at it. But fortunately, then he got back in the zone. You told me to say it louder, and he got back on track. And that's when Blake's at his best, when he's seeing it, selective. And then, because when he's selective, boy, then those pitch to hit, he can hit it hard.
2 outs for Cooper Schulte. Iowa trying to add to its lead at 7-2. Peterson's having a hard time with locating his slider.
I believe that's what the scouting report said.
Not hitting. Schulte singled earlier today, the 1-0. Low outside. That's off the plate, ball 2.
And obviously Dan got hit, but that, again, a good at-bat from Blake, a good start to the at-bat here for Coop.
Hitters count, the 2-0 is low and out, ball 3.
And now he's having a hard time locating the fastball as he...
Time called, and St. Thomas coach with pace headed out to the mound.
I don't think he does anything slowly. And again, I think you and he in the gym would have a great time together.
He's filling out that purple windbreaker, huh?
And if you're the pitcher right here and he's speaking with some emphasis, you're going to listen.
You're not saying a word, son.
I told Coach Heller, I'm like, Coach, I think if the you two managers come together, I'm not sure you want to say anything bad about him. He goes, you're right. He goes, but I am wiry. I'm like, oh, boy, Coach, I don't know if you're that wiry.
That's great. I missed that today. That's good. 3 balls, no strikes on Schulte. 2 on and 2 out for Coop. That's ball 4 outside. Bases are loaded for Kellen Strohmeyer. Looks like the Hawks will make a change here. Not going to have Kellen hit. What do you think, Jackson Beeman?
Jackson Beeman or Andy Nelson, more than likely. Could be Mitch Wood. I know they were trying to get Mitch an outfielder's glove.
There it is. Good call, John. Here comes Mitch Wood.
Because it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Mitch was chasing balls around in the outfield, and then he came back in and he goes, is it supposed to be like this? And he shook his hand and the ball would come out. Like, you need to break that thing in. Because he couldn't get it to close properly. So hopefully, if he goes to the outfield, hopefully they've got him a glove that will close properly.
All right, Mitch, let's see what you got. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Iowa's up by 5 in the 5th.
It's money, Mitch Wood, to you.
It is. First pitch to Wood. Inside corner, strike 1. Leave that all day. Wood, a right-handed hitter, batting .333 on the season. Couple of doubles. Here's the 0-1. Grounded foul to third. And now down in the count, 0-2.
Leave spin alone.
He threw a spinner the last time. We'll see what he throws here on the 0-2 to Wood. Strike 3 call. Fastball outer third. Mitch goes down on strikes. Iowa leaves the bases loaded in the 5th. We're back for the 6th inning right after this. It's 7-2 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball!
It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizza and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. Blake Guerin stays in the game. He'll play first base. Mitch Wood will not get his debut in right field. Andy Nelson comes in for him, and he'll play in right field. And the new Hawkeye pitcher is left-handed grad student Bryson Walker from Jersey Village, Texas. Bryson has pitched in 7 games. He's 0-1 with a 12.79 ERA, 6 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 9 runs have all been earned. Given up 4 home runs, 7 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Bryson had an arm injury early in camp and it's just kind of hasn't really found that summer form he had yet. So we'll keep plugging away here, and obviously there's a ton of left-handed hitting in the St. Thomas lineup, so he'll have an opportunity to have some lefty-on-lefty matchup as he looks to have his first clean inning in almost a month. He pitched 2/3 of an inning against Illinois State. Came off an inning against Augustana that he didn't give up a run.
Well, the left-hander Ben Dete had a pretty good outing against St. Thomas, so we'll see if another lefty can do the same out of the Iowa pen.
And Iowa pitching has been certainly better and certainly more attacking. Ben, through those 4 innings, had 6 strikeouts. Gannon Archer was solid through an inning, gave up a hit with a strikeout.
Walker ready to roll. First pitch, swing and a miss by Malik. All right, so some changes here for Iowa. Guerin in at first. Who's in right? Is that Mitch?
Nope, went with Andy.
All right. 0-1 is dropped in for a strike.
All right, so Bryson's showing the repertoire too now. We saw Gannon Archer do that. I'm still going to be a big fan of lowering it, though.
Yeah, keep it down. Walker's 0-2. Just low and out. Good fastball, great spot. Good chase pitch. He didn't go after it.
Well snapped off fastball there, 92. Just missed a little low and just missed a little outside.
Ball and 2 strikes on Malik. The pitch from Walker. Fouled off. Iowa on top, 7-2 in the 6th. Dark clouds to our north. Hopefully in good shape down here. Keep those up there. See what Bryson elects to throw. On the 1-2 to Malik. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. He dropped it in for a strike at the top of the zone. Off speed, dropped right in. And Malik 0 for 3 today, as Walker strikes him out.
That's a quick question for the umpire. Did catch the very top of the zone. Haven't had a ton of strikes up there today, but Walker gets the call there.
1 out for Joe Roeder. Bryson Walker deals, and Roeder bunted it high in the air and foul over to the left.
That's one of the other fun stats that Hawkeye pitching leads the Big Ten in. They have 130 strikeouts looking, which is 12 more than second in USC and 22 more than third in Indiana.
Swing and a miss there from Roeder.
And both of those teams have played one more game than Iowa, so.
Able to mix and locate. That's a good combination. No balls, 2 strikes. Walker ready. He rocks and fires. Skied into right field. Nelson moving back into the still sky. Andy drifting over. He'll make the catch. 2 down.
Ooh, Toledo got 3 runs in the top of the 8th inning. They now lead Ohio State 7-6.
Oh, boy. We don't like that.
No, it would be nice for, I think that was 9 RPI points that Iowa could steal.
Take what we can get. Ohio State batting yet, or is it still?
No, still top of the 8th inning.
Oh, boy. Here's a ground ball to second. Swales has it. He throws it quickly across the diamond for the 3rd out. Great job, Bryson Walker. 3 up, 3 down. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Iowa 7, St. Thomas 2. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025. We heard the Oregon guys read that on our way back home.
Yes. We're locked into UCLA and Oregon after sweeping Michigan. Oregon radio broadcasters will be here in a few weeks. Looking forward to that. New pitcher into the game for St. Thomas is Nolan Phillips, right-handed sophomore from Colorado Springs.
Nolan's had a hard time throwing strikes this year. 10.80 ERA, and an inning and 2/3. He's only given up 1 hit, but he's given up 5 runs, 2 earned, 4 walks, and a strikeout. Throwing a wild pitch in there, and it's been a little challenging for him. He'll come in, he'll try to throw the fastball up around 90. He'll throw got a curveball and a slider off that. Fastball's got a little ride to it. But Hawkeye hitters just need to be on the fastball time.
7-2 Iowa, bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, we're kind of joking about the RPI points.
I
mean, the simple part of the equation is, and it still goes back to it, just win games.
Just win.
Iowa doesn't have to worry about what Ohio State does if Iowa takes care of their own business.
Sure.
It would be nice if you got some help.
Yes.
But just take care of your own business.
All right, here's Swales. First pitch is low and out.
Yeah, big spot for Ohio State. The bases are loaded for Toledo. 2 outs. Down 1. Feel like you got a chance down 1.
1-0 to Swales is in on the hands for ball 2. We love the radio broadcasters at Ohio State. Maddie and Bob.
Fun people.
Got a text from Matt today. We were both looking for wins today, he said. I said, you bet. We'll take one. You guys do your best.
They're at home. That gives them a fighting shot.
Yeah. Statistically, yes, very much so. 2-1 is outside, 3 balls and a strike.
Put them on the road, and it's almost impossible. They're 0-15 on the road and 1-5 neutral. So you get them in Columbus, though, they got a shot. They're 9-7 at home. So
took the series from the Oregon Ducks. 3-1. Swales flares left side. Shortstop running back, still running. He reaches over, and he can't make the play. It's off his glove. Swales is on with a leadoff single.
I don't think Voyevich saw that
Couldn't
ball.
have.
He never moved.
Couldn't have.
And I mean, Ben took a big swing at it and got jammed, and so it just kind of cue balls out. So one of those, he thinks it's coming out hard. It's not. And Ben gets a kind of a dirty single there. Ooh.
Top of the order, here is Ben Wilmus.
Three
that
more.
didn't sound good, John.
3 more for Toledo.
Oh, boy. Well, we'll just win. We'll just take care of it, right? It is strange, I will say, to see an Ohio State program struggle. They're so good at pretty much everything.
At least competitive at the very worst.
Yeah.
And when we saw them, they looked athletic. They all looked the part. You still thought, oh, they'll figure it out. That has not been the case so far.
Things went south after they upset Oregon. Ball and no strikes on Wilmus. The pitch, low inside corner, strike one.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-8 in their last 10 games. They played some good teams. They're 3-22 in quad 1 and quad 2 games.
Holy smokes!
I'm sorry, that's ELO. 1-18 in RPI, top 50 RPI. So I mean, they've played some difficult teams.
A lot of opportunities, right? That's the point there.
I remember that's what, when we saw them early in the year, that was the thing, was Coach Heler kept saying, well, they've played a tough schedule and they've been competitive.
Phillips ready with the 2-1, brings it home to Wilmus. Then hit it in the air, shallow left center. Voss, the center fielder, makes the play. A lot of fly balls from Iowa tonight, John. More pop-ups than driving it. We did talk about that yesterday as well.
Yeah, just trying to get not only on time, but then getting to the level of the pitch so that you're not constantly swinging up at everything, where you get one of two outcomes. You get the pop-up, or you get this weird little topspin lob.
Here's Gable Mitchell. Pitch is spiked in front of the plate, and so Swales easily gets to second base.
Top of the 8th is over for Toledo, but they get 6, so they take a 10-6 lead. Buckeyes will have 6 outs to find 4 runs, actually to find 5 runs.
.1-0 delivery. It's upstairs. Pretty light day in the Big Ten. Not much else going on, huh?
No, just those 3 games. Indiana looking to run rule Ball State.
Hitters count for Gable, who's 1 for 3 this evening. 2 balls, no strikes. Phillips with a long pause. He pitches. Gable thought about it, kept the bat on the shoulder. It's a called strike, high outside corner. (2-1) inside, right around the kneecaps. There's a strike call in the outer third. Gable was thinking walk, but it was in the zone.
Yeah, that was a good pitch. He doesn't usually complain on a pitch that is in the zone.
Full count now.
Clearly in the zone.
And Mitchell strikes out.
And that happens even less frequently.
Phillips has been okay for St. Thomas. Been nothing wrong here. He's been in the zone.
Yeah, and that's a breaking ball, and that's a 3-2 breaking ball that he lands in the zone.
Reese is hitless this evening. Couple of ground outs and a fly out. Comes up with 2 outs. First pitch. Breaker upstairs.
Yeah, I want to see Reese hit one on the tail of the Tiger Hawk.
Left center gap.
Yeah, try to line one to left center field.
Just like Rogers did earlier today, right?
Exactly. Stay on it, drive it out that way.
Ball and no strikes. Long pause. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Oh, they say yes. Send it down to third. And it's 1-1. I like the positive reinforcement there from the Iowa dugout. Whether he did or didn't go. On to the next pitch. Swales out there at second base, the 1-1. Way outside, slipped out of the hand.
I hate that the Big Ten broadcast is about 2 pitches behind to get that confirmation.
Yeah, you got to wait. Reese hold up this time? Yes, he did. On the high heater, 3-1.
Well,
what was the difference? Yells an Iowa fan.
I could show you the replay and it would probably help you.
3 balls and a strike on Moore, trying to get on base, and he will on the walk. 2-out walk of Reese. First and second, 2 outs for Miles Risley. Iowa up 7-2, bottom 6.
Be nice to string together a rally here and put together a pile of runs.
Iowa's been pretty good with 2 outs today in terms of getting some traffic. Had a ground out and a pop out in the 5th, and then 3 free bases in a row loaded the bases. Pretty limited opportunities with 2 outs. Stranded the bases loaded in the last inning. Ball and no strikes on Risley.
I'm sorry.
He is one of Iowa's 7 hits. 1-0 is in the dirt. Phillips starting to lose it a bit here. 2-0.
I was just thinking, if I told you St. Thomas has more at-bats with runners in scoring position.
I wouldn't have believed you.
No, I guess that's what the 2 innings that they started with doubles. You immediately put a guy on second base.
2-0 on Miles. The pitch, outside, ball 3. Phillips begging for it.
Now, when you're having a hard time, you're going to. Yep. We didn't miss by much. It was a good pitch.
3 balls and no strikes. You think Risley has red here?
No.
Phillips ready. The right-hander pitches. Low and out, ball 4. 4-pitch walk of Risley. That's his second base on balls today. And the bases are loaded for D-Raj. Let's get a few more here.
I kind of feel bad. Phillips is getting squeezed here just a little bit. I mean, those aren't like great obvious strikes, but those yesterday were strikes. Oh,
I don't mean to say it this way, but those feel like maybe midweek strikes. Like maybe you get a little benefit of the doubt every once in a while.
You refereeing the North Dodge basketball games too?
2 outs for D-Raj. Here's the first pitch. He rips past the diving first baseman into right field. Swales scores, as will Reese Moore. That came hot off the bat of Dan Rogers, and it's 9-2.
How about 110 off the bat?
Woo.
Oh, man.
Scorched.
I think if it would have hit his glove, it would have went through it anyway. That was just crushed.
So Iowa finally comes through with 2 outs. They've had opportunities, and finally they break through with a couple of runs on the screaming line drive from Dan Rogers. 9-2 Iowa in the 6th.
Iowa now 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position, so they've done a nice job with the opportunities.
Blake Guerin steps up with 2 outs. Runners at the corners. Foul tip on the first pitch into the glove.
Just maybe haven't got quite as many opportunities as you wanted or expected, but done a nice job stringing them together here tonight.
See if Blake can get a hold of one. The 0-1 inside. turns away. First and third, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Good discipline from Guerin. He didn't go after that.
You know, we listened to that Oregon broadcast. They had different bumper music coming back. Michael needs to play Simply the Best now coming back. That'd be your walk-up song, then. That'd be perfect.
I don't know if Michael can play music coming back from breaks. 2-1 is upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. I'm sure Michael's hands are tied.
Oh, yeah, sure. If he happens to find an MP3 file of that, though, or whatever it takes in the system.
Even back in my day as a board op, I'd look around for some stuff. 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Guerin. Inside, ball 4. All right, the free bases are racking up now. And you feel for Phillips because he has had a pretty good inning until the last 4 hitters. He's all of a sudden walked 3.
Walked 3 and gave up an absolute missile. And unless the guys on the mound down there are ready, he's going to finish this inning. And again, you mentioned it earlier. There's a big series coming up for
both teams,
yes,
especially St. Thomas.
And so the Tommies are I'm sure they have a fairly strict plan here on what they're going to do and what risk they're going to put their pitching staff in.
Yes. And with this being Wednesday, the series starts in a couple days. 1 ball, no strikes on Schulte, Iowa's third baseman. The bases are loaded, 2 outs. The pitch, Cooper hits on the ground through the left side. 1 run is in. Here comes another. Rogers trying to score. The play at the plate, he's safe. A 2 RBI single from Cooper Schulte. The Hawks are into double digits. It's 11-2.
That ball was 107 coming off the bat. So another barreled up ball, and that will be the end of his day.
St. Thomas with a call to the bullpen in the 6th inning. 11-2 Iowa. We're back with an introduction of the St. Thomas pitcher right after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
St. Thomas brings in a new pitcher in the bottom of the 6th. We'll give you his details in a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. In for the Tommies is Bryce Liedl, a right-handed senior from Markesan, Wisconsin.
23 2/3 innings. He's 0-2 on the season with an 8.37 ERA. 24 hits, 22 runs have all been earned, 18 walks, 17 strikeouts. Hit a small handful of guys. Fastball is going to be right around 90. He'll throw a slider a little over 80. The Hawkeye hitters hold the middle of the zone. They'll have an opportunity to get us into potential run rule territory if we have such a thing today.
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's test the theory.
Yes.
Let's get another run here. Let's get 3 outs and see if they shake hands.
I think a little bit better than a coin flip that we do have a run rule tonight.
I'd agree with that. Because Coach Heler didn't really want to play 2 midweek games anyway. Felt like he owed St. Thomas for all the times that they've been extremely accommodating coming down here to play.
And for also the points that you mentioned before the break there about St. Thomas having a major series in Oklahoma coming up.
Yeah, St. Thomas doesn't want to run through, 8-9 arms here tonight and then, get on they might be staying here.
I was going to ask what you think. You think they're staying here?
My guess is when I drive home, I will see the Tommy's bus.
Okay.
In the rec center parking lot.
Okay. It's all on you to find out. If you don't see it, they didn't stay here.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yes. I guarantee by Friday I'll forget about this topic.
100% accurate.
All right, here's Andy Nelson. First pitch, firm fastball for a strike.
Yeah, that was 92. That was sharp.
First and second, 2 outs. 11-2 Iowa. Much better performance today. The 0-1. That's slow and out. Blake is caught in a rundown between second and third. Trying to get to third. He's going to be safe.
That was outstanding base running from Blake Guerin. He was dead because he was trying to read the down ball. So he stopped, started to go back. As soon as the catcher threw behind him, he planted the feet, went to third. And as he beat out an infield single yesterday, Blake Guerin, sneaky fast.
Yeah. 0-1 on Andy, the pitch. That's 2-1 now. That's outside. I will tell you, Blake, right there to add to that, John, he was sure. He might not have been right, but he was sure. He committed to it. He didn't hesitate. He took off. 2-1, low and out, ball 3.
Well, again, he did exactly what you have to do when you're too far off and they throw behind you. You just turn around and go. And to your point, he committed to full sprint, and he got there in front of the throw, and that allowed Cooper to get to second as well.
3-1 on Nelson. The pitch. Outside for ball 4.
Ooh.
Boy, I tell you, that's close.
That is a tight strike zone on the outside. Maybe there is a run rule, and he's trying to get us there.
Bases loaded for Benny Swales. Nice night for Ben, 2 of 3. Couple of runs scored and an RBI. A hawk on every base for Swales. Bottom of the 6th, 11-2 Iowa. The pitch. Dropped in for a strike right down the pipe.
Good slider there.
Outfield playing to pull and deep for Swales to left, the 0-1. He dots the low outside corner, called a strike, 0-2.
I clearly think all our guys can hit because the left fielder is standing on the track again for Swales.
Very deep out there. 0-2 on Swales. Has to battle with 2 strikes, and he swings and misses. Iowa leaves the bases loaded in the 6th, but 4 more runs come across. 11-2, Iowa in control. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
John Evans and John Leo with you from Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. 11-2, Iowa leading St. Thomas as we get to the top of the 7th. Bryson Walker, he had to stay warm somehow. That was a long inning for the Hawks offensively. He's back out for another inning. He'll face 7, 8, 9. Richards fan Schlegel, and Frichter.
Yeah, it looked like we had a new Hawkeye pitcher coming in. I was trying to figure out who the new left-hander was coming in. Like, no, that's Bryson again. He just had been down in the bullpen.
All out of options out there. I don't think we'll see Brant Hogue tonight, so we're out of lefties.
And he doesn't look like Brant Hogue.
Not in the slightest.
You're not really mistaking those two at any point of, is that Bryson or is that Brant? You're pretty sure you know which one right away.
We do have a run rule tonight. Iowa's 1 run away from it. Need to hold here.
Need to get the hold here. And as we were arguing or discussing the other day, Iowa can walk off St. Thomas.
We were in strong agreement on
Yes.
the misuse of that term.
Yes, that is a bad use of a walk-off.
In my head already, I am trying to pound it in there that I'm not going to say it if it happens. Richards lines out to Schulte to start the 7th.
Sammy listens to us. Otherwise, I was going to make the bet on whether Sammy used walk-off. But since he listens, then that doesn't count.
He's eavesdropping, or he's got us piped in across the door.
Buckeyes give up another run in the top of the 9th, so they're now down 5 headed to the bottom.
I don't know if they can do it, John.
That seems like a big hill for them.
Walker deals a strike to von Schlegel. And Indiana won.
They are now testing whether they're going to use the run rule as the bases are loaded for Ball State. It's 14-3, 1 out, bottom of the 7th.
Fastball downstairs.
So they might have to play another inning here shortly if Ball State can scratch across 2.
One. That's low, ball 2. Check swing, he went through the zone. Von Schlegel hopeful that he could convince the home plate umpire that he didn't go through, but it's a strike, 2-2.
We may end up earlier anyway.
What, did you see a big bright flash over there, John?
Yes.
2-2 is hit on the ground sharply foul.
And I don't think we're going to wait out 30-minute rain delay or lightning delay.
You can take us home if you want, John. I'll let you do it solo. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Walker ready with 1 out. The base is empty. Here's the pitch. Inside and low for ball 3.
So because von Schlegel dives out of the way of a pitch that's a strike, we're confused and don't call it a strike. Got it.
He didn't nonchalantly swing at that also, did he? 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4.
I mean, it was a strike, though, is the biggest issue of it.
Fun part, my meteorology bug kicking in here. And there's this line of storms that refuses to go south of I-80. So it's raining in North Liberty. It's raining in Cedar Rapids, Marengo, Grinnell, Newton, Des Moines. It will not go south of 80.
Pinch hitter number 9, Adam Cooter.
Fascinating. And then up in central and northern Iowa, straight line from my hometown in Olwine all the way over to Fort Dodge and through. So there's 2 lines of storms that are horizontal, parallel to each other. Got to keep it north of 80. I don't want it anywhere around here, John. I don't want to test that theory either.
Of whether we'll wait it out?
Yes.
We will not.
Walker gets a foul ball off the bat of Adam Pooter, pinch hitting for the Tommies. It's cooler now, isn't it? You feel that breeze come in? Just Walker missed low and in.
You want to see Bryson had a really solid inning there. Now I'd like to see him finish a good outing.
Runner at first and 1 out. Bryson missed up and away, 3-1. Back in the zone here, B-Walk. Walker's 3-1, outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks to the bottom of the order for the Tommies.
Second baseman, Tanner
See
Recchio.
how much bonus rope he gets here.
Iowa has only used 3 pitchers today. Dete got the start, went 4, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs. He struck out 6. No walks for Dete. Archer was sharp in his inning of work. 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout. Iowa has only walked 2 St. Thomas batters, and they've been back-to-back. They've been the last 2 hitters.
Yeah, and that's the... like I said, you've had a good outing now. Finish it up in a good way. Coach Heler looked like he was clapping his hands. I don't think he's coming for him.
Quick mound visit there from Rogers. See if we can settle him back in, get one of those ground balls. Bryson could work inside Recchio, left-handed hitter, 0 for 3 tonight. With 1 out, first pitch, high level. Problem for Bryson in this inning has not been particularly close.
No, they've been kind of all over right now.
1 out, scooped foul over to the left.
Far better pitch there. Got the fastball down over the plate, middle of the zone, but right down at the knees, so good spot.
11-2 Iowa in the top of the 7th inning in Iowa City. Next pitch, swung on and missed. Better from Bryson. One ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Walker comes set, the left-hander. From the belt, pitches. Low and in. Good spot, but I think he missed his spot.
Yeah, good changeup, good spot.
Rogers was looking for low and outside. Bryson threw it low and in. 2-2. That's up and in, ball 3.
And they are not run ruling in Indianapolis. They go to the top of the 8th. Indiana 14-4 over Ball State.
Walker with the 3-2. High, ball 4. 3 straight walks. And the base is loaded for the Tommies in the 7th with just 1 out. Yeah, imagine this is probably it for Bryson. Here comes Coach Heler. We'll see who comes into the game for Iowa. The door is open down the right field line. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this pitching change break with the Hawks in front, 11-2. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Iowa goes to the bullpen in the 7th, and the Hawkeyes bring in Will Pearson, right-handed senior from Watkinsville, Georgia.
6.23 ERA in his 6 appearances, 4 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. Had some control issues. He's walked 5, struck out 3. Doesn't have any room for control issues here, though, with the bases loaded and just 1 out in the top of the 7th inning.
And he faces Voyevich, who's a very strong hitter for the Tommies. It's 11-2 Iowa, top 7. A line out of Richards to start the inning, then 3 straight walks. The wheels came off. Flew off kind of quickly there for Bryson. Feel bad for him.
Yeah, like I said, you kind of wanted him to. He was battling back, had a fairly successful outing, and lost a 3-2 count, 3-1, lost another 3-2 count. So, and unfortunately on Recchio, he threw 3 straight balls to finish that at bat. Von Schlegel was 2 straight balls, and 3 straight to end Pooter.
All right, let's see what Will Pearson can do against Voyevich with 1 out, bases loaded. Pearson's first pitch. Some tail, and it's outside.
I'm a little surprised. I thought Bleeker was in play today.
Have not seen him yet. Voyevich smacks it foul in the air to the left.
I know Tyler Guerin was still a question mark, but I thought Bleeker was on the board and available.
One is tapped weakly to the right side. Tough play. Pearson picks it up, flips to Guerin for the force out. Tommies score a run. It's 11-3.
Good job there from actually both defenders. Pearson jumped off, was able to help out Blake. Blake charging it hard and then retreats back to the bag and is able to take the flip from Pearson for the 2nd out.
2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. Here's Max Morris batting from the right side. Pearson delivers. Morris shows the bunt. Pitch drifted low and out.
Iowa left side of the infield is deep, so Pearson better be ready to defend his spot.
1-0. Snapped outside, just off the edge. Ball 2.
Boy, that one was. I think he misses his spot, so D-Raj ends up taking it away from the plate. That ball is a strike.
That one catches the corner. Similar spot. Cut more of the plate, 2-1.
And got to where he was aiming. So again, Rogers could show the umpire a much better placement on it.
Pearson pitching to Morris. Outside, ball 3. Morris has shown the bunt a couple of times. I think maybe that's thrown Pearson off a bit. Count is 3-1. Pearson delivers. This is lined fair into the left field corner. 2 runs will score for St. Thomas. Morris around first, his 2nd double of the game. It is 11-5.
All 3 of those runs will get charged to Bryson Walker.
Well,
third baseman Matthew Mullet.
Yeah, and we're not quite done here.
Still 2 outs in the inning. Maulik is up. Pause here. I think this will be it for Will Pearson. Coach Heller is going to the mound. St. Thomas has scored 3 runs in this inning. And Iowa is making a pitching change in the 7th. 11-5, Iowa with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Tyler Guerin, right-handed freshman from Shoreview, Minnesota, with Iowa leading St. Thomas 11-5.
He has 9 appearances as a pitcher, 2 games started. He's got a save. 0.87 ERA in 10 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them was earned, 10 walks, and 17 strikeouts. He pitched 2 clean innings at Northwestern. Good inning against Bradley, and boy, he came in on the Sunday game against Minnesota at home. All the pressure of the 9th inning and helped Iowa secure the sweep there on the Sunday game.
And he'll come up now with a runner at second and 2 outs. 11-5. We didn't jinx the run roll, did we, John? We might have.
We might have. We might have jinxed the rain, the whole thing. So
it was 11-2 coming into this inning. All right, we're ready for play. Malik is 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Tyler Guerin pitching for Iowa. First one on its way. Low and out. Iowa will have the top of its order. Head to the box when we get to the bottom of the 7th. St. Thomas hanging around, though, for now. 1-0 pitch. That hit him. That bounced in the batter's box, hopped up, and hit Malik in the leg.
Iowa pitching had been solid to very good until this inning. The free bases have piled up here in this inning.
4 of them. Just 1 out away here.
I mean, there's 3 runs on 1 hit, and that was the double that scored a couple. Actually, Indiana did run rule Ball State 14-4. Toledo finished off Ohio State 11-6. Tyler misses outside of the left-hander.
The momentum in this game has come to a screeching halt for Iowa. Roeder batting for the Tommies. 1-0. Outside again, ball 2. Guerin takes his time. He gets the sign. Now he comes set and he'll step off. Roeder is 1 for 3 this evening. He has a double. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch outside again, ball 3.
Well, there's just not even particularly close, really.
Missed the same spot on 3 in a row. Guerin's 3-0 is low and in. And Roeder was backing out of the box before that pitch even hit the mitt. Bases are loaded for St. Thomas.
Coach Kenny's going to have to come out because right now you've run through 2 guys, so there's nobody that's really been throwing for very long if there's anybody up there. So you don't have a lot of pondering time, and we're 1 swing away from it being really interesting.
I'm not in the market for interesting, John.
Well, we kind of joked about how the Big Ten series had been going. It was like, yeah, one of these 11-2, 13-2, whatever games would be kind of fun, and it was. Yeah. And now we're not there anymore, and it's not nearly as much fun.
This inning has been an adventure.
Because the kicker of it too is you're not, for the Iowa pitching staff, you're not looking to get an out. At this point, you've made it where you have to get 7 more.
Yep.
And so whether that's, you might turn to Watts to get an out if you thought the game was over. But, you're not dying to use him and then think about how you're going to use him on Friday.
Right. Somebody's got to step up here and get us out of this. 11-5, Iowa leading. Bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch to Joe Voss. He fouled it off. Boy, that just about hit him, and he chased it.
What was he thinking? You don't need hero ball. I mean, we'll take it, but that ball's 3-4 balls inside.
Guerin going out of the windup. Deals the 0-1. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. And the crowd comes to life a bit now.
Well, and sometimes it's just that simple. You get a guy to help you out, and now see if Tyler can finish here. But
ready with the 0-2, he brings it home. Grounded into the Iowa dugout, ricochets around.
Sharply into the Iowa dugout. I suppose with Voss's day, he was trying to play a little hero.
Guerin out of the windup, the 0-2. Lined up the middle off of Guerin's glove. Swales picks it up, throw to first is in time to get him. Woo, that was close. Very fortunate to get that 3rd out. We'll stretch things out and go to the bottom of the 7th. It's 11-5 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Well, we roll on into the bottom of the 7th, 11-5. Iowa on top of St. Thomas. And the Tommies have kind of shaken things up a bit and loosened the control from Iowa on this game.
Well, they kind of showed what type of team they are. I mean, it's really easy for them to just say, you know what, let's pick it up and roll out of here. Let's get moving, and really haven't. In discipline, good at bats. Iowa pitching got a little sideways, and next thing you know, we're still here. We're still in a pretty game where you need to keep finishing up here.
Top of the order, Ben Wilmus to face off against Bryce Liedl. A right-handed matchup. First pitch to Wilmus. Strike one.
I mean, now it's important. Iowa needs to get back to having good at-bats.
Have had plenty today, but you got to keep it going. You know that Coach Sutherland wants that the full 9.
And preferably before 2 outs would be great.
0-1, Wilmus took it for a strike. Low outside corner. Hasn't been called strike very often today.
No, that spot's a little edgy. Bryson missed one out there.
Liedl's 0-2 to Wilmus. Grounded softly to short. Von Schlegel picks it up, and he throws out Wilmus at first base. Close play, bang, bang. One out for Gable Mitchell, strolling to the box. 1 for 4 for Gable. $11 runs on 9 hits for Iowa tonight. 5 runs on 6 hits for the Tommies. Mitchell watches strike one go by. Counts 0-1 on Gable, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Out in front of 91, actually. 0-2.
It's funny, the last couple of days we've seen guys that have struggled on the season to throw strikes fill up the strike zone.
Finding their groove against Iowa. The 0-2. Gable eager, but didn't swing at the high fastball. The 1-2 to Mitchell. Gable lined left side and fair, just inside the line. Voyevich was shifted over right on the line, and so it's just a single for Gable.
Might have been the fastest I've ever seen a left fielder get the ball in.
What'd that do, bounce twice, maybe?
Yeah, well, and again, he's positioned in that first stripe over there and got over there quickly and didn't even really set his feet, just flung it back in.
Here's Reese Moore now with 1 out. Bottom of the 7th, Iowa up by 6. Liedl ready, deals. Reese tapped foul over to the right.
Maybe I should try to stand up again. Start the rally that way.
I've been standing a lot. I decided it was the shirt that I wore yesterday, John. That's why the Hawks lost.
I did tell my wife to burn the one. I said wash it or burn it, either way.
Yeah, gotta change something. You won't see me wearing that shirt the rest of the year. It's a great shirt, but can't wear it to a baseball game.
Wear it to work, wear it out,
Yeah.
whatever, but not wearing it to a baseball game.
Nope. Black polo, white Tiger Hawk, real nice, but not for baseball. 0-1, Reese tried to hit it over the trees and right. Comes up empty, 0-2.
Yeah, that's when he should hit over the trees and right.
First half of the season, he was destroying it out.
Elevated fastball, 90 miles an hour.
0-2 pitch to Moore. Inside, just above the kneecap. 1-2. Mitchell, the runner at first for Iowa, bottom 7. Just 1 out. Iowa up 11-5. Just outside with a fastball.
Man, that outside edge is tight. That pitch catches the black, called a ball.
It's almost like the whole ball has to be in.
It's kind of the way he's been for the most part.
Pickoff move over to first. Gable scurries back.
Again, I'll take the consistency of it because he's been solid that way. It's a tight zone.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Moore. Iowa's power hitter. The pitch. Minded foul, straight back.
How are we going to knock that ball down that caught behind the pole there?
Is there one stuck?
Yeah. Basically right by that pole, right near where he lined that pitch back.
Let's have Moore win this battle. 2-2. He's been fouling off pitches left and right. The pitch. That one hit him. Couldn't spin out of the way of it.
And I guess technically you won.
Came with a not so kind reward. And here's Miles Risley. Iowa up 11-5 in the 7th. 4 runs would do it.
Oh, look at you calling it out now.
Iowa's scored 4 runs twice today in the 2nd and the 6th. Risley takes in for ball 1.
St. Thomas asks where that pitch was.
Good question.
It was a good question. Very valid.
One out to Risley. In the dirt. Runners stay put.
Good job from Reese Moore to not run over Gable there. Got a good secondary lead and kept his eye up to see what his partner was doing.
Hitters count for Riz. 2 balls, no strikes with 1 out. The pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. Miles has had a pretty good day. Singled in a run in the first. He's walked twice. 1 for 2. 3-0 is upstairs for ball 4. Bases loaded for Iowa, bottom 7. Here comes Dan Rogers.
Hit ball far, Daniel Rogers.
Very far. More than 327, 396, or 327 to left?
Yeah, I'll take 375 right there to right center.
I missed it, John. Yeah, you got the alleys.
I mean, I could see him hitting 373 off his face over there in left field, too.
11-5 Iowa, bottom 7. First pitch to D-Raj, outside, ball 1.
Yeah, you're not getting that call tonight.
It's too far.
That's a strike last night, maybe?
Yeah, it is.
It's not tonight.
Liedl deals the 1-0 to Rogers. Low, ball 2.
There is a right-hander throwing in the bullpen for the Tommies. We cannot get to him if D-Raj would do something really cool. Not even have to worry about him.
2-0. Swing and a miss. Rogers was trying to end it.
He was trying to do us favors. 91, middle of the plate and up. That is a pitch Daniel can hit far. Just didn't quite get up to that one.
St. Thomas outfield certainly respecting him. Malik in left, Voyevich in right. Voyevich in right is deep as Rogers fouls off the 2-1.
Funny enough, he's got that left center field gap again because Voyevich is in just a little bit, and so he could skate it out on the Tiger Hawk tail out there.
Liedl's worked back to make it 2-2. The pitch. Strike 3 called, bottom of the zone. Whoa.
And then that one comes out of nowhere that he calls a strike. Wow.
Oh, man. All right. 2 down for Blake Guerin. Maybe we both need to stand. How about that, John?
We have had such a tight strike zone, and then he gives that one.
All right, Blake. See what Guerin can do. First pitch to Guerin. Low and out. Smothered by Richards.
St. Thomas, 51% strikes today.
1-0 outside, ball 2. That's felt about right, that number. Maybe even high, John.
Well, again, that is such a tight outside edge of the zone.
Hitters count for Blake. The 2-0, low and out, ball 3.
What do you think? You always ask me, you want the red light or do you want Blake to win it right now?
I think red light.
I'm probably right.
Here it comes. Ball 4. Walked in a run. It's 12-5. I think Iowa's winning the freebie war today, John. Lost it yesterday, up big today.
Iowa tried to even it up there last inning.
Here's Cooper Schulte.
Iowa pitchers 4 walks, 2 hit batters. St. Thomas has 9 walks and 3 hit batters and 2 wild pitches.
1 ball, no strikes on Schulte. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. Cooper hits it to short, 1 hop. Backhand stop. He'll throw it to second for the force out.
1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 3
Cooper destroyed it.
111 off the bat, but right at the shortstop.
12-5, Iowa on top. We'll go to the 8th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist Corn.
After 3 years, we've never been more confident in the germplasm that's behind the Power Core Enlist trait system. And when we enhance those genetics with Mershman Seeds starting line corn seed treatments, you are off to the races with some of the highest yielding corn hybrids you can plant today.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
We're on to the 8th inning in Iowa City. 12-5, Iowa leading St. Thomas. And Tyler Guerin out to pitch. At least get this 8th inning started. Iowa left the bases loaded there in the 7th. Can't fault Cooper Schulte any.
No, he
destroyed it.
That was very well struck. Just trying to see, Coach Heller was out. It's like Andy went to left.
Riz is in center still. I think, what do we think, Beeman and right?
Yeah, we guess that's Beeman and right. So that was the change that Coach Heller conveyed.
So Wilmus out of the game. All right, let's hold the Tommies in the 8th. 7, 8, and 9. First pitch is hit in the air to right. Beeman running over and back, and he dropped it. Runner at second base for St. Thomas. You think E9?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He did a great job. I mean, tough first ball as you come into the game, but he did a good job, got a good jump, was there. And sometimes if you can't get settled, your eyes are kind of bouncing around as an outfielder, and just moved it, made the ball move, and it looked like it popped right into the pocket and popped out.
Lucas McNellis with the drive to right. So he's at second base. Guerin pitches. Sharp ground ball foul to the right side. It's like Beeman may have stumbled right before impact.
Yeah, just overran it. Just that one touch, trying to jam on the brakes.
Von Schlegel, the batter, the 0-1. Just off the plate outside, evening the count.
Wow. Again, A- for consistency.
1-1, fouled off the end of the bat.
C- for zone size.
Very small. Guerin set with the 1-2. He kicks and fires. Ground ball left side. Mitchell charging. Gable picks it off the turf and throws it across the diamond for the first out. Smooth play.
That was not an easy play, and that was a very aggressive base running by McNellis, running in front of Gable Mitchell.
Yeah, and he moved up to third.
Give him the balls on your right there. You're going to tend to hold, but he recognized it was going to be a tough play for Gable to round.
Adam Pooter is up. Runner at third and one out. First pitch out. Pooter walked and scored in the 7th inning. Guerin's 1-0. Hit foul over to the left. One. That dropped in for a strike. Beauty from Tyler. Swing and a miss there by Pooter, and Guerin gets the strikeout. 2 down. 84 right at the bottom of the zone for Tyler. Good looking pitch.
Second baseman Tanner Recchio.
We'll go to the top of the order with Recchio coming back up. 0 for 3, but he did walk his last time up. Runner at third for the Tommies and 2 outs. Guerin's first pitch to him. Drifted low and in for a ball. Iowa has 8, 9, and 1. 2 up in the 8th. 1-0 pitch. Just outside, ball 2. Two-0 pitch. Outside again. Tyler's been nibbling, but unable to clip the edge. The 3-0, way high and out, ball 4. And so Recchio gets on again via the walk. And Voyevich will come up. He's been 2 for 4. He's 2 for 4 today.
Left fielder Ben Voyevich.
First and third, 2 outs. Guerin deals inside for ball 1. Man, that was close. And Recchio takes second base without much attention granted by Iowa.
Tommies do have 4 2-out hits.
Count is 1-0. The pitch outside, ball 2. This game is approaching the 3-hour mark.
Is that good?
Doesn't feel good. It's been dragging the last couple innings here. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch from Tyler. Swung on and missed. 2-1.
Yeah, Tyler's had I guess we'll call it a mixed outing so far. Started slow, kind of found a rhythm. Got a little slower again.
2-1. High and out, ball 3.
Unfortunately, could be sitting in the dugout with a catch here, so I would love to see him finish up the 8th and just have 3 more outs to get.
Next pitch, lined into left. Nelson coming forward. Andy caught it without a problem. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 12-5. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. This is Ben McCullum, the head coach of the Iowa men's basketball team. Returning to Iowa City as the head coach is a dream come true. The passion of Iowa fans is unmatched, and I'm incredibly excited to get started on this new journey together. I look forward to seeing our fans on campus across the state and throughout the nation. Here's to big things coming and an exciting future ahead. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the 8th inning in Iowa City, 12-5. The Hawkeyes out in front, in control of this one. New pitcher into the game for the Tommies. We'll get you his details after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. New pitcher is Nolan Kemp, right-handed junior from Chaska, Minnesota.
Appeared in 8 games last year with 2 starts, 0-1, 7 1/3 innings. That's all I got for you, man.
That's it, huh? I knew we were in trouble when you were bringing up last year.
Yeah, that's
we're deep enough into this year.
He had a 28.23 ERA last year. Has not towed the bump this year.
And for the Tommies, it's game number 34.
Think they're ready to go home? Or get on their way to next stop?
Andy Nelson will get the first look at him. 12-5 Iowa. 3 runs in this inning would win it. Let's get them.
Save the 3 outs. Let's do it, though, in a fairly quick manner rather than grinded out walks.
Fastball upstairs, ball 1.
Let's track the fastball. 88.
Had some snap.
Good lively fastball.
Iowa's had a ton of traffic today. 1-0. There's a strike. One ball, 1 strike on Nelson. The pitch outside.
I feel like this game could have gone a lot faster if we had just even a normal college strike zone.
Right, we'd be moving along a little smoother. 2-1 to Andy. Low inside corner, strike 2.
But again, 100% full marks for consistency.
Yeah, I really don't have a problem with it.
Right, it's been tight and small as a zone, but it's been very consistent.
2-2. That dropped low. Great job by Nelson. He got his hands started but held up.
Yeah, and that was after 4 fastballs in the 86 to 88 range, all of a sudden snaps off a curveball. I'm sure Coach Sutherland has a little bit more on the scouting report than what I saw, but it's a light mix.
3-2 is low and out for ball 4. And Andy is walked to start the bottom of the 8th.
Jackson Frost will stroll to the plate.
He'll bat for Ben Swales.
Good speed from Nelson, but not really a spot where you're going to utilize that, I wouldn't think. Other than to make sure he stays in front of Jackson as they're running around the bases.
Fastball, called a ball to Frost. One ball, no strikes on Frost. Pickoff move over to first, very close as Nelson dives back.
That was good quick feet there.
Here's the 1-0 to Frost. That's letter high for a ball.
Let's get the game-winning run to the plate again. Give an opportunity at least.
Hitters count for Jackson, the 2-0. Tapped it foul over to the left. Frost batting a tick under 300 at 296. Battled a bit of an injury, and then Cooper Schulte kind of took over third base. 2-1. Here's the pitch to Jackson. Popped it up. Shallow right center. Center fielder coming forward. Second baseman going back, and it is dropped by Recchio at second base.
With great base running from Andy Nelson, too. He was halfway, 2/3 of the way. It looked pretty clear that Recchio was going to catch it, but he didn't just turn and run back to first. And then when the ball popped out of Recchio's glove, he was able to get to second base.
Got to be an outfielder's ball there, don't you think?
Yeah, you know, they
really
had him shifted well over to pull on the center fielder, but yeah, you'd kind of like to see the right fielder be able to get there and call him off.
All right, here's Jackson Beeman. First pitch breaking ball for a strike.
Remember how we talk about sometimes guys just have bad luck? Of course, the guy lands the breaking ball on Beeman right in the middle of the plate.
The 0-1 to Beeman. Outside. Jackson has home run power. He's got 7 on the season.
Did give Frost a single on that play. Tough run there for second baseman.
1-1 to Beeman. Fouled off the end of the bat. Couldn't time up the breaking ball.
Boy, it looked like he saw it well, though. Just couldn't get barrel to it.
First and second, nobody out, bottom of the 8th. Iowa leading St. Thomas 12-5. The 1-2 to Beeman in the dirt. Good discipline. Two-two. Beeman skies foul down the right field line.
Like the aggression there, that borderline pitch, but it's inside the plate. That makes it fair game for this umpire today, so good job taking a rip at it, staying alive. Nice to have him get back into a little bit of a groove.
Count even at 2, the pitch. Low and out, ball 3. Now, you're exactly right, John. Maybe somebody that you get in the box in a spot, kind of like Mitch Wood against Michigan, right? Somebody you can bring in. I think Iowa's pretty set with their starting lineup, especially on the weekends. 3-2. Outside, ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Gable Mitchell. Iowa within striking distance of the run rule. Leading by 7, need 3 runs to send us home.
A little early.
A little earlier.
Earlier than having to get 3 more outs in the top of the ninth.
We're up over 3 hours of game time now. Here's Gable Mitchell. A hawk on every base with nobody out. Slipped out of the hand, outside, ball 1.
If Gable could hook one into the right field corner, I think it's over.
I think you're right. Right fielder is really playing in the right center gap. They're shifted over to the push, opposite field. The 1-0 to Gable is low and in.
Catches a break as it hits the umpire's foot. Stayed right there then.
Got all the way through and got him right on the toe.
Those old steel-toed work boots. I think the home plate umpire's wearing those in any given day.
That would be an unforgiving place to get hit. 2-0. Low and in, ball 3. Can't imagine that Gable will be swinging here. Kemp's missed wildly.
To almost take Gable's bat for that.
3-0. Called strike at the knees.
Ooh. Now's not the time for charity.
Three balls and a strike. Mitchell lines into left field for a base hit. 1 run is in. Hawkeyes will go station to station. 13-5 on the RBI single from Gable Mitchell, his 3rd hit of the game.
A really interesting shift there. That Tommy's infield was hard pull and the outfield was hard opposite way. And it worked out perfectly for him, but
bases still juiced for the Hawks. Nobody out. 2 runs away from the run rule. 13-5. Here's Reese Moore. First pitch to Reese. Low and in.
Reese is 0 for 3, but been on base his last 2 times. Hit by a pitch and walked.
One-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball on the strike. Some room in right center, some room down the left field line for Reese as the outfield shifts to the right. The 1-1. That's up, ball 2.
Yeah, we've kind of joked about the heavy pull defense from the Tommies. And right fielder camped out in stripe 1 over there.
All the way over to the right.
Yeah, so
2-1. This is hit well to right center field, into the alley. Center fielder giving chase, and it is down and over the wall for a ground rule double. 2 runs will score, 15-5. And the Hawks take care of business. A run rule victory over St. Thomas this evening.
Well done there. Good job. 105 off the bat. How Reese pulled that one. That ball's a ball outside off the plate. Reese does a great job, pulls it into the alley. 105 off the bat. Game over.
Through 40 games, Iowa now 28-12. The Hawkeyes take down St. Thomas and get set for a big series with Indiana here at Banks this weekend. We'll go Friday at 6 o'clock. Hope to see you here at Banks. All right, we'll begin our post-game coverage. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/letsgrow.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Iowa beats St. Thomas tonight 15-5 in 8 innings. John Evans, you get the first word.
Nice bounce back. Scored runs in 5 of the 7 innings. So great job there of kind of getting going. Pitching was generally pretty good. A couple guys had some struggles, but good to see Tyler Guerin back out there and on the mound. And hopefully that's a good step for him to continue improving and get healthy and become a usable piece in the bullpen again.
All right, you also get to preview the Indiana series, John. We're looking forward to that coming up in a couple days.
Oh, buddy, that'll be good, and that'll be kind of the question of which team's pitching staff can throw enough strikes to slow down the other team's offense, and so play with the same fire and energy that they played, with a little bit of chip on their shoulder of hey, we're the underdogs here. Indiana preseason pick high up in the Big Ten, and so get it done.
All right, we'll take a break. We're back after this. Iowa 15-5 over St. Thomas in 8 innings. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
15-5, Iowa beats St. Thomas in 8 innings tonight at Banks. The Hawkeyes now 28-12 on the season. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congratulations on the win tonight.
Thanks, John.
All right, your thoughts on the win over St. Thomas?
Well, just proud of the bounce back. I thought it was, the energy was better. It's not a surprise. I don't think anybody on our staff was really worried about what type of effort and focus and bounce back we were going to get, but you still got to answer the bell. Thought we did a really nice job. I thought Ben did a nice job. In these situations, the second midweek game, you need some length early. He gets us 4 innings, just really has the 1 inning with a little bit of a blip, but to get us 4, that really helped out. And then just some, Arch back out there, he does a nice job. Bryson's first inning really good. Then he just kind of petered out, get a first pitch out, and then it just kind of went south for him.
Yeah.
And then it was nice to get Tyler back out there after a couple weeks off. So from that standpoint, it worked out pretty well, and I just thought the at-bats collectively were much, much better.
As we get set for Indiana now, Coach, how do you feel about the team 40 games in and still atop the Big Ten?
Well, I mean, you're happy with where you're at, right? You 2 out of the last, 3 conference weekends are at home, which this is a place we've always played well. We have great support, and hopefully we have golf outing, just a lot of things, alumni things going on this weekend, so hopefully we have great crowds. So that part's good. I mean, you're in the driver's seat. What else could you ask for? It's in our hands. We take care of our business, and you're going to have a chance to win a championship. And going into the last 3-4 weeks of the season, I don't know that you could ask for much else, So that part's great. But you can't get ahead of yourself, right? You got Friday. That's all you can worry about with a really good Indiana, talented offense coming in, really good offense, potential first-round pick, leading off for them, who's a really good player. They got a transfer from Louisville. Has had a great year, like Conference Player of the Year type stuff. So it's a really good team coming in. Certainly, you like playing them at home. You know, they're really difficult at their park because it's, you know, they're offensive. That place is offensive. So getting them here is great. But hopefully we have a great golf outing Friday, which is full, which is great. Just great support from Hawkeye fans, our alumni, and supporters of the program. So that'll be a great day. And then, hopefully we get a great Friday night effort out of Cade and we get rolling for the weekend. Offensively, excited to take on the Hoosiers, Coach? Yeah, they just do some things differently. They just don't really have a rotation. They kind of have a guy they really like to get to on Friday, a left-hander that's been there quite a long time, but they don't start him. So it's just odd. I have no idea. They've started a different guy on Friday for 3 straight Fridays. I saw that. And so it's just really hard to plan. I think they collectively think hey, we got 5-6 guys we trust. None of them we feel like are long guys, so they just try to get 3 or 4. Now, there's talent there. They have some really good arms in that group. But it's a really different deal to prepare for. You just don't know, so you kind of just prepare and wait till they tell you, and it's like, oh, okay, this guy's starting. And, it's kind of the old opener thing that you're seeing in professional baseball, especially at the major league level, a lot more, when starters just aren't, going traditionally 6 and 7 innings. So they like to steal some innings early because the thought process is there. If it's bad, you have plenty of game to recover instead of trying, to get those last 8-9 outs, with guys maybe that you don't feel comfortable with. You try to steal some innings early and then get it to that guy, the left-hander, Ryan Kraft's his name, in the 3rd or 4th, and then you just let him go, and see how long he can get you. So different deal from that standpoint, but, that's out of our control. We just got to prepare. We just got to do what we do. And I thought today was a lot more reflective of who we've been offensively. We walk more than we punch. I thought we were really hard on the strike zone as far as not chasing. Certainly there's some things here and there, but I thought our at-bats with runners in scoring position were better. We get a big hit out of Ben Wilmus. Yep. The 3-run homer, I think that was a really big play. And then we just kind of tacked on Dan Rogers, a couple 2-out RBIs. Like Gable had some really good swings there late. Really good to see Reese there the last 3 at-bats. He gets a walk hit by pitch, and then he doubles. Need to get him back feeling good. So that part was good. There was a lot of good things that way. I thought Cooper had a nice night. So some good things, and that's what we needed. We just needed to kind of get back to being who we were, and again, a little bit what of our DNA is with the strike zone and making them throw it over the plate, and we did that. All right, let's keep it rolling. We'll see you on Friday, thanks, Coach. Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Banks. We're back after this with highlights. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa handles St. Thomas tonight 15-5 in 8 innings. Plenty of highlights this evening. Let's hear them now. Started every game for Iowa this season. This is game number 40 for the Hawkeyes. First pitch to Risley is blooped into center field for a base hit. Mitchell comes down the line to score. The Hawkeyes on the board in the first. It's 1-0. 2-1 is lifted to left center field. Wilmus and Risley on the run. Wilmus still angling back. He leaps up. Did he bring that back in? He did. What is going on with these fly balls this week at Banks? First pitch to Ben. Ground ball softly hit to third. Wolf comes down the line. He scores. Throw to first is late. And Swales beats it out. 2-0 Iowa. 3-1. Wilmus hits high to left field. Get going, baby. It is gone. Wilmus cranked it to deep left field, and the Hawks are up 5-0. Coach Lester's got a lot to say. As Rogers hits this in the air, carrying well to deep left center field, and it's off the base of the wall. They're waving Risley around third. Here's the relay to the plate. It's cut off at the pitcher's mound. D-Raj clubs a double to left center. It's 6-2 Hawks. 2 outs for D-Raj. Here's the first pitch. He rips past the diving first baseman into right field. Swales scores, as will Reese Moore. That came hot off the bat of Dan Rogers, and it's 9-2. 1 ball, no strikes on Schulte, Iowa's third baseman. The bases are loaded, 2 outs. The pitch, Cooper hits on the ground through the left side. 1 run is in. Here comes another. Rogers trying to score. The play at the plate, he's safe. A 2 RBI single from Cooper Schulte. The Hawks are into double digits. It's 11-2. 2-1. This is hit well to right center field, into the alley. Center fielder giving chase, and it is down and over the wall for a ground rule double. 2 runs will score, 15-5. And the Hawks take care of business. A run rule victory over St. Thomas this evening. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this evening. We're back in action Friday night here at Banks as Indiana comes to town. The series opener against the Hoosiers at 6 o'clock in Iowa City. Hope to see you then. Our pregame coverage begins at 5:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. For my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Banks. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, and some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.